This conference will now be recorded.
Good evening. It is Thursday, November 12th, 2020. We will call our City Council meeting to order after establishing a quorum is present. If you'll indicate if you're present when I call your name. Councilmember Josh McCabe.
Here.
Councilmember Kenny Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw, are you here? Right, we're not getting any audio on you, Mr. Crenshaw.
We could hear him a minute ago.
Very, very still.
Okay, we'll go on down the roll call and come back to Mr. Crenshaw. Mayor Pro Tem Priest.
Here.
Councilmember Mikowski.
Present.
Okay, and Councilmember Easton.
Here.
All right, we'll come back to Councilmember Crenshaw. Are you on the line? He's still having some technical difficulties there. So we'll go ahead and go on with the meeting. All right, regular agenda, old business. Agenda item A, update discussion and any necessary action regarding the latest developments for COVID-19 and mitigation efforts and actions within the city. The governor extended his executive order on November 6, 2020, allowing the city to continue holding its meetings virtually. Indications are that the positive COVID counts are rising at a much higher rate, similar to what we saw in the summer. The city has been proactive to help provide a safe environment for our staff through social distancing measures, limited the number of people with access to city facilities, and reduced hours for the lobby at City Hall in an effort to minimize potential exposure of our staff, especially from asymptomatic carriers of COVID. It would be extremely difficult to carry on basic city functions if one of our staff were exposed. The city appreciates everyone's cooperation in trying to adhere to the CDC recommendations in this respect. The vaccine is still a good 6 to 12 months out, is what we're being told for the general public. So it's important through the winter months that we all be vigilant in the things that we've grown accustomed to practicing. And then lastly, the coronavirus relief funds reimbursement request has been submitted after council authorization, and the final remaining expenditures will be made by staff as approved by the city council earlier this year. So that wraps up the update on agenda item A. Agenda item B, update discussion and any necessary action regarding the City of Newark formal request for City of Rome to relinquish Certificate of Convenience and Necessity, CCN, to provide water service. So on October 19, 2020, I received a letter from the mayor of the City of Newark requesting that the City of Rome release its CCN, the land within Rome CCN service area and within the city's ETJ pursuant to an agreement dated February 1, 2001. The letter further indicated that the City of Newark would be applying for its own CCN. The city has asked for clarification on the specific area of the ETJ referred to from the City of Newark and is awaiting a response. I wanted to update the City Council on this issue up to this point in time, and then I'm passing it on to the City Council to continue after tonight's meeting. This will be an executive session item for further discussion later in the meeting. All right, we'll go on to agenda item C, discussion and any necessary action regarding the final report of the master thoroughfare plan. I believe we have city engineer representatives here from Kimley Horn. Who will we be turning this over to?
Brandon.
All right, Brandon, it's all yours.
All right, you guys should have my presentation that we prepared up here. So my name's Brandon Forsyth. I'm a transportation engineer with Kimley Horn. My partner Jeff Whitaker is also on the call, and we helped produce y'all's Master Thoroughfare Plan and Capital Improvements Plan. So here's a quick outline. We're going to go over some planning history in the city. Previous meetings, we had a Master Thoroughfare Plan Committee that we had 3 meetings we'll be discussing: the final Master Thoroughfare Plan, the final Capital Improvements Plan, and the next steps. So for some planning history, when we were producing the MTP, we considered the following: previous city planning efforts, and that was the Rhome Comprehensive Plan, the US 287 60% schematic, and that was provided by TxDOT, development plans for Rolling B and Prairie Point. And then, as I mentioned, the MTP committee meetings, we'll be discussing those on the following slide, and then adjacent adopted Master Thoroughfare plans such as Weiss County, Denton County, and Fort Worth. So we had 3 MTP committee meetings. The first was a project introduction. So the Master Thoroughfare Plan is a long-range plan that identifies transportation facilities for the city. It builds on the previous planning efforts we discussed and provides a cohesive plan for the future transportation network when considering future developments. And the Capital Improvements Plan is a short-range plan that identifies capital projects to address system deficiencies and community needs in the city. In the second meeting, we discussed city priorities and presented our draft MTP. So we evaluated areas brought up during meeting 1. Many of these align with improvements shown on the TxDOT 60% schematic. TxDOT's also currently awaiting a supplemental agreement with their consultant to further consider options that came out of their public process. A few items that we brought to their attention were the need for access to the Crown Point and Prairie Point area east of the railroad crossings for emergency access, and the existing Main Street merge. As I mentioned, then we presented the draft Master Thoroughfare Plan for comment to the committee. And in our final meeting, we presented the final MTP, which we'll be going over cross sections in the Capital Improvements Plan. We had interim coordination calls with TxDOT. As I mentioned, they're currently waiting on a supplemental agreement, but we have them looking at what they're calling pull-out projects. So that would be projects that they would look to potentially expedite that came out of the public process. So they're evaluating the feasibility of a State Highway 114 frontage road U-turn, which would allow us to be able to have access east of the railroad tracks to the Prairie Point and Crown Point areas, and also the Main Street reconfiguration. Ultimately, per the 60% schematic, that merge goes away and the roads get reconfigured in the area. We also discussed in pretty big detail the 114 and 287 interchange. Based on conversations with TxDOT, the interchange actually has met warrants for signalization. However, they haven't implemented it due to the 2-way frontage roads within the city. They gave us further comment that they would require a study to implement the 1-way frontage roads and would look to the city to lead these efforts. So here is our Master Thoroughfare Plan final product. We're showing city limits, ETJ, rail lines, and the transportation network. We also have intersections identified for short-term and long-term improvements. A couple of examples of the short-term improvements, which were based on discussions with the MTP committee and identifying existing operational issues, were the 114 and 287 interchange. We're aware of that northbound queue at the interchange queuing back to the 287 main lines. And then also long-term improvements were identified primarily based off of the 60% schematic. And an example of that is the 287 and Main Street interchange, which ultimately shows a 4-lane signalized bridge with U-turn lanes in each direction. For the roadways, they're broken out based off their functional classification. So freeways are shown in gray, that's US 287. Principal arterials shown in blue, that's a 6-lane divided section. Ultimately, State Highway 114 is an example of that. Major arterials are an ultimate 5-lane undivided or 4-lane divided section, shown in green. An example of that is FM 3433, and minor arterials are ultimate 4-lane or 3-lane undivided sections shown in brown, such as Hickory. We did have a few special considerations that got brought up during the MTP committee meetings. A few traffic calming areas that we show in blue are areas of known cut-through traffic for the city. These areas will ultimately be fixed by the US 287 improvements with 1-way frontage roads throughout the city as the ultimate recommendation, and new State Highway 114 to US 287 direct connect ramps rather than just the 287 to 114 going northbound to eastbound. Also identified for the special considerations are the old Rhome sections. We're wanting cross sections that are more pedestrian friendly to include on-street parking and sidewalks. I did want to point out a few areas where adjustments were made early in the master thoroughfare plan process. So Crown Point and Prairie Point, once again, stress the need for additional access to this area east of the railroad tracks, primarily for emergency response vehicles.
Brandon?
Yeah, go ahead.
Brandon, this is Sam Eason. I know that you've got the map showing the old Rome sections in the light green or pale green.
Yep.
It was my understanding that you were going to do some traffic calming along Main Street. Is that not in light blue because it's in green?
That'll be identified on our CIP map as a project.
Thank you very much.
Yep, you bet. Rolling V was laid out based off of the concept, and we actually were able to adjust our cross section based on a preliminary traffic study that was submitted to the city. So as you can see, most of the sections would be adequately served by minor arterials. However, the outlet to 3433 and the outlet to 287 are showing a 4-lane divided section. This area northeast of the city, we understand it's in the ETJ, but it looked like there wasn't a whole lot of connectivity provided, so we wanted to provide a more formal grid, so we added a few roadways over there. And then ultimately the northwest city limits, trying to get access there. This was brought up during the MTP committee meetings. And these alignments shown are based off parcel boundaries and floodplain in the area. These are the MTP cross sections that we had developed. We used Weiss County cross sections as a starting point master thoroughfare plan. We all added the old Rome sections based on the anticipated right-of-way and from the parcel data that we had, just to be able to accommodate the on-street parking and sidewalks ultimately. These cross sections helped us cost out our projects that we'll be talking about a little bit later. So for the capital improvements plan, we use engineering judgment and discussions with the MTP committee and city staff. The existing issues, we'll just touch on a few: the 287 and 114 interchange and the queuing, Main Street merge, and also the non-pedestrian friendly section. And then 114 and County Road 4841 got brought up a little bit later in the process, and school bus traffic and ease of access. The second main point was access to Crown Point and Prairie Point east of the railroad tracks, stressing emergency vehicle response. If the railroad crossing were to be blocked, there would be no way to access that area of the city. So this was stressed throughout. And then ultimately to adequately serve future developments. So here's our capital improvements plan that we came up. It identifies projects in a prioritized order based on our MTP committee meetings. We show 3 roadway project types: widening, Old Rome Main Street, and new. A widening project would be any project that currently has some sort of cross section, however, it's not built out to the ultimate as referenced in the MTP. New projects would be no existing alignment on the ground today, but we have the alignment shown in the master thoroughfare plan. And then the Old Rome Main Street projects is what Sam was referring to. We're gonna plan on the removal of travel lanes, 1 northbound and 1 southbound, to accommodate for more pedestrian friendly elements, which include on-street parking and sidewalks. We have a few intersection projects, 2 signals identified, 1 at 114 and 287, 1 at 114 and County Road 4841, and we also show a quiet zone at the East 2nd Street crossing. So here's our project costing summary for the 16 projects we've identified. For the new and widening roadway projects, we assume cost per linear foot of roadway, and this allows us to cost out the projects based on the type of facility being constructed. So that's the cross section identified in the master thoroughfare plan, and the length of the project itself. Location specific items such as special drainage or railroad crossings are included as appropriate for each project. For the intersection projects and the road or the Old Rome section project, we came up with conceptual level project costs based on pay items typically associated with those project types and our previous project experience. We use bid tabs from previously completed projects to help with these estimates. and the costs provided are for construction and design, but they do not include right-of-way. So as far as next step go, we presented the master thoroughfare plan and the capital improvements plan today. Through the adoption of both of these, we'll have the planning documents necessary to set up the framework for roadway impact fees. And the roadway impact fees are a mechanism to help fund public infrastructure and allows development to help pay for the impact that they're going to have on the network. Any questions or comments?
Okay, sounds like there aren't any questions from our council members, but thank you for the presentation. That's very informative. We appreciate the group who worked on that to put that together. As was said tonight, coming out of this report, an action would be to adopt both the master transportation plan as well, or the master thoroughfare plan, as well as the capital improvement plan. So that does require action on the council's part.
Mayor,
Councilmember Eason, yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion that we adopt both the master thoroughfare plan and the capital improvement plan. I would also like to add to that amendment, or this motion, that we authorize and task the city administrator to work this plan and coordinate with TxDOT.
Okay, I see Councilmember McCabe. Is that a second on that motion? All right, I see a second from Councilmember McCabe and a thumbs up. With a motion and a second, we'll go for a vote. Councilmember McCabe?
Aye.
Councilmember Crenshaw?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Priest?
Aye.
Councilmember Makowski?
Aye.
And Councilmember Eason?
Aye.
All right, motion carries. All right, if we're done with agenda item C, we'll move on to agenda item D, discussion and any necessary action regarding UTA's final parks master plan. Did we get a final copy of this, Cynthia?
Mayor, we did not, and they've had, as you know, contractually, they were due to present this report on September 30th. They've had some issues with COVID, and it is student-led, and so they've had some difficulties. They did present last meeting the implementation plan for the council. I talked with Alan, and he should be ready to go to present that plan. And they really kind of want to dot every I and cross every T, and they should be ready to go December 12th, which is our next meeting.
Okay, so this will be a December 12th agenda item. We understand it's been a tough year for everybody, but we really need to get this plan from them, and it's overdue. So we would definitely like them to get that to us. Councilmember Eason? We don't have any audio on you, Mr. Eason.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we authorize the city administrator to negotiate and coordinate with UTA for the master parks plan.
We need that.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second on the motion?
Councilmember Crenshaw, second that motion.
All right, Councilmember Crenshaw. All right, we'll go for a vote. Councilmember McCabe?
Aye.
Councilmember Crenshaw?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Priest?
Aye.
Councilmember Makowski?
Aye.
Councilmember Eason?
Aye.
All right, motion carries. All right, we're going to go on to agenda item E, discussion and any necessary action regarding the final report of the water source study. I believe we have representatives from Kimley Horn here tonight as well for this project. Who will be leading that discussion?
That will be Kyle.
All right, Kyle, it's all yours.
All right, I'm sharing my screen now. Can everybody see that?
Yes.
Okay, so tonight I'm going to present on the long-term water supply study. It's not going into the full screen mode. Well, hold on a second. I'm sorry. Let's try that. Y'all see that now? Okay, so tonight I'm going to be presenting on the long-term water supply study that the city authorized us to move forward on a few months ago. So just kind of starting at the top on this. There we go. Basically, we started out by analyzing the city's water demands, both current in a 10-year projection and ultimate. And all of the demands that you're seeing on the screen came out of the water master plan that we finalized almost a year ago now. And so this basically started out by letting us kind of know where the city was at from a water demand needs, and then gave us a projection at the 10-year and then the ultimate. And so from here, we took those demands and considered a couple of different source options. So we evaluated 5 different source options for the city's long-term water supply needs. The first one was a groundwater supply, so that would have been through drilled water wells. We considered sourcing water from the city of Fort Worth, which is a nearby neighbor. We also considered sourcing water from the Upper Trinity Regional Water District, who has some source locations relatively nearby. We considered continuing the current contract with Walnut Creek, and then we also considered receiving raw water from the Tarrant Regional Water and sourcing that from Eagle Mountain Lake. And so as we went through and considered each of these options, what we did was we looked at one, where we would need to get water from, and then what the improvements associated with each of those options would be. So if you'll notice here on the screen, I've got 3 options shown. So in the orange is the source from Tarrant Regional Water. In the light blue is the source from Walnut Creek. And in the lime green color, that's your source from the Upper Trinity Regional Water District. You'll notice that I don't have anything on here for groundwater or the city of Fort Worth. So when we started evaluating those options, it didn't look like groundwater would be a very good option for a long-term water supply. And a lot of this had to do with some of the restrictions for well locations and their proximity to each other, as well as just the ability to get overall production from your wells based on some of the current wells that you have in the city. I also didn't include Fort Worth on here. During conversations with them, they reached out and let us know that at this time they couldn't provide water. And with the city's current upcoming needs, it wasn't going to meet the timeframes. So we took them out as an option as well. So you'll see mainly on here, there's options that include additional upgrades to water mains or infrastructure that would be needed, as well as some improvements to some of the existing systems like what we've got with Walnut Creek, or whole new treatment facilities. And so on this next slide, I'm going to kind of run through the cost, and it'll help understand what some of these looks like. So when evaluating the cost, ultimately it came out that in the 10-year time frame, choosing water from Upper Trinity was going to be the most cost-effective solution for the city. Now, if you'll remember on the map, it looks like Walnut Creek may have had some of the fewest improvements. But a lot of what dictated that cost for Walnut Creek was that your current rate that you're paying for Walnut Creek water is substantially higher than what the contractual current rates are with Tarrant Regional and Upper Trinity. And so it really made the cost prohibitive long term, even though there would be less current upgrades that would be needed. Your other two options, Upper Trinity and Tarrant Regional, had some different cost impacts as well. So Upper Trinity's current costs were lower than Tarrant Regional's, even though their recurring yearly cost for water is a little bit higher. It still makes them more cost effective in the 10-year window. With Tarrant Regional, you would have to not only construct an intake structure on Eagle Mountain Lake, there would be a significant amount of pipeline to get the water up to Rhome. And then on top of it, you'd have to build and maintain a water treatment plant. And so the costs to do all of that were really high in the first year. And that's what makes it more challenging to use Tarrant Regional as that option. So ultimately I'm sorry, I don't know why this is struggling so much today. Ultimately, our recommendation was to move forward with sourcing water from Tarrant Regional, or not Tarrant Regional, from Upper Trinity, and because it would be the most cost-effective solution, both for the short term in meeting the city's immediate needs, and in the long term for keeping costs lower for your customers and current residents. And that's all I've got. We submitted a report for that to the city earlier today, and it documents basically all of the findings that I just ran through with you. Do y'all have any comments or questions?
All right, thanks, Kyle. I appreciate that. You know, it was a good project to work on to look at our long-term options. And so, you know, council did agree at the last council meeting to negotiate with Upper Trinity. So, you know, we'll continue on with that. Councilmember Easton, I see your hand.
Yes, I would like to make a motion to authorize the city administrator to negotiate the discussions for the water source with Upper Trinity.
Okay, a motion on the table. Do I have a second on that motion? Councilmember McCabe, I see a second on that. Okay, and a thumbs up. All right, thank you. All right, let's go for a vote. Councilmember McCabe?
Aye.
Councilmember Crenshaw?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Priest?
Aye.
Councilmember Makowski?
Aye.
And Councilmember Eason?
Aye.
All right, motion carries. All right, agenda item F, we have update discussion and any necessary action regarding the water rate study. I think we're just getting an update on this from our Kimley Horn folks on where we're at on this project. We're still in the middle of that. So who's going to take the lead on that update?
Go ahead, Cynthia, I'm sorry.
Oh, is that you, Kyle? Sorry.
Yes, yep. So just to give everyone an update on where we're at on the impact fees. So when we spoke with our subconsultant and city staff earlier, when we kicked off the long range water supply study, we decided that it would be best to wait until all of the business planning for the year budget planning for the year was finalized. And so at this point, our subconsultant has collected data from the city, and that's a lot of the existing rates and several other their CIP lists, other projects that we've got going on, and existing agreements and things of that nature. And so currently they're analyzing that, and we're getting ready to kick off a meeting with city staff to start discussing some of the goals and things that we'd like to get out of the new rates and how we can make that impactful to the city to better service customers and things of that nature. in the long run. So we're in the process of analyzing all of that data, and we should have more updates coming up at the next council meeting.
Perfect. All right, great, thank you. All right, on to our next agenda item. Councilmember Easton, I see a hand. Yes, sir.
Yes. I'd like to make a motion that we authorize the city administrator to continue to work with the city engineer and public works director on the water rate study.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. Do we have a second on that motion? Councilmember McCabe, I see a second. Is that correct? Thumbs up. Okay, we have a motion and a second. We'll go for a vote. Councilmember McCabe,
Aye.
Councilmember Crenshaw,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Priest,
Aye.
Councilmember Makowski,
Aye.
and Councilmember Easton.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. All right, on to agenda item G, discussion and any necessary action regarding municipal complex project. So wanted to put this back on the agenda. We all know the results of the bond, and the project was contingent upon the bond and the results of that. We did ask Quorum to submit their final deliverables to the city, which we have paid for. And so we have in our possession the final deliverables for that project that include all the plans and the renderings that were done for, I believe the final cost on that was $192,000 for all of that in total. So we do have those. If the project ever goes forward at some point, we have some plans depending on when that would be. You know, obviously with the bond not passing, you can't go out for bond for the same purpose for another 3 years if the bond doesn't pass. So we'll have to tuck these aside, and unless another source of funding is found, these will just reside here in the records department. So just wanted to bring you up to speed on that and make sure you knew that we did have final copies of everything on that project. Councilmember Easton, I see a hand.
Yeah, can we get those distributed to the council?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I think they're large files, so it might have to be on a jump drive. It's not something we probably can email.
That's fine. That's something Shannon charges us for, but that's okay.
Okay. All right, we can do that. All right, that's all I have on agenda item G. So our next agenda item H, discussion and any necessary action regarding certificates of appreciation for committee members of the Capital Improvements Advisory Committee, the Parks Master Plan Steering Committee, the Master Transportation Steering Committee, and the Comprehensive Master Plan Steering Committee. So we would just like to recognize everyone who participated in all these various ad hoc committees, recognize their service and their time, and express our appreciation on behalf of the city for you know, volunteering for these positions. So I'll just go down the list to recognize these members. They will be receiving certificates of appreciation that will be sent to them. First of all, we have the Capital Improvements Advisory Committee, the CIAC. We have Steve Knight, Ashley Majors, Roland Kuhlman, Thomas Cannon, Christy Neeren, Robert Coleman, Joanne Wilson, Philip Herr, and Mark Sluter. Then we have the Transportation Steering Committee. We have Steve Knight, Mark Sluter, Mark Lawrence, and Councilmember Sam Eason. The Parks Master Plan Steering Committee, we have Tommy Eason, Debbie Kuhlman, Kathy Coffey, Caitlin Diltz, Candace Fitch, Jonathan DeFries, Kim McClure, Fabiola Valdez, and Mayor Pro Tem Elaine Priest. And finally, on the Comprehensive Master Plan Committee, we have Steve Knight, Ashley Majors, Tommy Eason, Debbie Kuhlman, Fabiola Valdez, Christine Mahoney, Cynthia Hurd, Mark Sluter, Jonathan DeFries, Kim McClure, and Mayor Pro Tem Elaine Priest. a big thank you to all of them. If you see them out in the community, give them a big thank you on behalf of the city. We appreciate their service. All right, agenda item I, discussion and any necessary action regarding proclamation of appreciation for Councilmember Leanne Mikowski for her service to the city. Councilmember Mikowski, on behalf of the city of Rome, I'd like to read a proclamation of appreciation. A proclamation of the City Council of the City of Rome, Texas, to Leanne Mikowski for her service to the City of Rome. Whereas the City Council of the City of Rome, Texas, wish to express their sincere appreciation to Leanne Mikowski for her invaluable service to the City of Rome. And whereas Leanne Mikowski served with distinction and honor as a member of the City Council for 4 years. And whereas Leanne Mikowski's dedication and loyalty to Rome and its citizens has been instrumental to the enhanced welfare, growth, and development of the City of Rome. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Rome, Texas hereby express their heartfelt appreciation to Councilmember Leanne Mikowski for her unselfish contributions and service to the City of Rome and its residents and its citizens. It's passed and approved by the City Council of the City of Rome, Texas, this 12th day of November 2020. Thank you for your service. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, I will turn agenda item J over to Mayor Pro Tem Priest.
We do need a vote on that last proclamation.
Thank you. It's the city attorney keeping us in line. Do I have a motion on agenda item I, the proclamation of appreciation? Councilmember McCabe, I saw a thumbs up. Councilmember Easton, I see a thumbs up. So we have a motion and a second. We'll go down the roll. Councilmember McCabe.
Aye.
Councilmember Crenshaw.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Priest.
Aye.
Councilmember Mikowski, do you wish to make a vote or abstain?
I'll abstain.
Okay. And Councilmember Easton.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. Thank you for your service. All right, agenda item J, I will turn over to Mayor Pro Tem Priest.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to say it's an honor to be the Mayor Pro Tem of Rome, Texas, and it's my honor to read this proclamation. Proclamation of Appreciation. A proclamation of the City Council of the City of Rome, Texas, to recognize Michelle Pittman DeCredico for her service to the City of Rome. Whereas the City Council of the City of Rome, Texas, wishes to express their sincere appreciation to Michelle Pittman DeCredico for her invaluable service to the City of Rome. And whereas Michelle Pittman DeCredico served with distinction and honor as a member of the City Council for 3 years and as mayor for 5 years. And whereas Michelle Pittman DeCredico's dedication and loyalty to Rome and its citizens has been instrumental to the enhancement of welfare, growth, and development of the City of Rome. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Rome, Texas, hereby express their heartfelt appreciation to Mayor Pittman DeCredico for her unselfish contributions and service to the City of Rome and its citizens. Passed and approved by the City Council of the City of Rome, Texas, this 12th day of November 2020. We do have to take a vote, and so I'm not very experienced at this, so correct me if I need to do something differently. So we will, do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion that we adopt that resolution.
Second? Okay, I see Councilman Eason, second.
Sam seconds.
All right, so place number 1 is going to be Councilman McCabe.
Aye.
Councilman Crenshaw.
Aye.
Do I get to vote? I vote aye. All right, Councilman Makowski,
Aye.
Councilman Eason.
Aye.
That would be a unanimous vote.
All right, thank you, everybody.
Before you move on to the next item, I have something I'd like to say in appreciation to our mayor. Just wow, the things you've done for this city can't be measured. Let me attempt to describe them one at a time. The city offices, you brought us processes, organization, automation, and respect. Gone are the days of chaos, confusion, lost paperwork, and oopsie. Everything has its place, everything can be found, everyone has become accountable. Reliability describes the city offices now. Is there room to improve? Of course there is. Improvements are always available. Thank you. The police department, gone are the days of intimidation and bullying. Our citizens are moving back to having respect and trust for our officers. Thank you. Fire department, this is the incredible transformation. We went from 100% volunteer crew that couldn't respond to all our calls to an expanded fire district due to the superior performance of the department. We have better equipment, better training, more volunteers, and a reputation as one of the best, if not the best, fire department in Wise County. Thank you. Planning for the future. We have capital improvement plan, comprehensive plan, water system master plan, wastewater system master plan, parks master plan, master thoroughfare plan, planning and zoning commission comprehensive review of zoning. These plans address existing deficiencies and prepare us, the city of Rome, for the future. Thank you. Michelle, you've established a legacy of attention to detail, hard work, completeness, reliability, and most of all, trust. You've taken this city from a system of waste to a future of opportunities, growth, and prosperity. No longer do businesses and developers pass us by. Now they seek us out. The city of Rome has a new reputation of trust. You have made these improvements and more while giving us the lowest tax rate in over 20 years. Thank you. Personally, you have renewed my faith in public officials. You've demonstrated trust, faith, poise, integrity, and love. You clearly love the city of Rome. Thank you for everything you've done. I'd now like to make a motion that we create a resolution naming Michelle Pittman DeCredico Mayor Emeritus.
Mayor what?
Mayor Emeritus.
Emeritus.
That's an honorary title given to someone who is retired from a position. As in, Pope Benedict is Pope Emeritus.
All right, thank you, Mr. Eason. I'll refer to the city attorney.
I second that motion.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. We'll go for a vote. Councilmember McCabe?
Aye.
Councilmember Crenshaw?
I lost the picture for Kenny.
We'll go on to Mayor Pro Tem Priest,
Aye.
Councilmember Mikowski,
Aye.
and Councilmember East.
Aye.
Okay, we are going to go on to agenda item K. All right, Councilmember Easton, making it difficult to get through this last part. All right, agenda item K, discussion any necessary action regarding Mayor Pro Tem or Mayor Pittman DeCredico's farewell address to the city. So many thoughts and emotions are going through my head today. I appreciate this opportunity to address you publicly for the last time as the mayor for the city of Rome. It has been my honor and privilege to serve this community. First of all, I want to say thank you to those citizens who have supported me for so many years, to those voters who have supported me through 3 successful mayoral elections in 2015, 2016, and 2018. And to those who supported me through this 4th mayoral election of 2020, which I have labeled as a successful failure. The phrase successful failure comes from the Apollo 13 space mission. NASA and the Apollo 13 crew set out with a specific mission to land on the moon and had goals lined out to accomplish that mission. They worked hard to achieve those goals to ultimately complete their mission, but something life-altering happened during the middle of their mission that redefined what their mission was. That mission changed from landing on the moon to the mission to just return them safely home to Earth and to their families. In the end, most of us know the history of Apollo 13 and that the crew made it safely back. It was then that the mission was called a successful failure, because although they made it back safely, they did not complete the original mission to go to the moon. I relate to this account of Jim Lovell and the Apollo 13 crew for this reason. While I have been successful through 3 elections to be your mayor, this 4th election was my successful failure in that I was not able to secure re-election to continue with my original mission for the city and its citizens. My mission is now changed. My service to the city and its citizens does not end with this change. It only takes a different course than I had originally planned, and honestly, that is okay. It is not sad and it is not a defeat. Change is inevitable, and change is the natural part of life. At 50 years of age, nothing in my life has gone exactly as I planned, and that is exactly what has made me who I am today. It is what makes us stronger and what helps us gain wisdom and understanding. As I reflect on the wisdom and understanding that I have gained over my last 9.5 years of service to this city through planning and zoning, city council, and as mayor, I would like to highlight some of the things I considered the successful part of my mission. When I swore my first oath of office as mayor for the city of Rome back in May 2015, I never dreamed that first of all, I would actually be mayor of a small town. Second, that I would continue as mayor for 5.5 years without throwing in the towel. And finally, that I would be the mayor of a small city during an unprecedented pandemic. But this is where I found myself along with every other city leader. We started this journey in 2020 with little to no information on what to do or how to deal with COVID-19. I cannot express the depth of my gratitude for the assistance that Judge J.D. Clark, Emergency Management Coordinator Cody Powell, Representative Bill King, and all the mayors and city administrators of Wise County were to me as I tried to maneuver the city of Rome through the ever-changing environment we've had since March. It was through Cody Powell specifically that I became so familiar with the term social distancing, Thank you for being there for us. So what has happened in Rome in 2020, other than the coronavirus? The city, its staff, and its elected and appointed officials have been extremely busy for the last 2 years. The city worked in conjunction with the University of Texas at Arlington to completely update the city's comprehensive development plan, which has not been formally updated since 1998. This updated plan is now being utilized as the roadmap for decisions being made about Rhome's future. The city worked with our engineering firm, Kimley Horn, to complete many other important plans for the city, including the water master plan, the wastewater master plan, master plans for our east side wastewater treatment plant and west side wastewater treatment plant. The city also finally adopted impact fees, which will be implemented in early 2021. Construction on the east side wastewater treatment plant expansion project is underway, with completion expected in fall 2021. The city wrapped up work with Kimley Horn on our master thoroughfare study, which was presented at City Council tonight. This study has enabled the city to identify issues within our current roadway system and develop solutions for both short-range and long-range issues. The city wrapped up work with UTA on our Parks Master Plan, which was presented on October 22nd to the City Council. The plan identified and quantified park improvements that many of our residents have been requesting over the years, and now we have a plan to make that happen. While all these planning tools did cost both time and money, they were well worth it and will benefit the city for many years. Our latest plan and its findings presented tonight, as well, is our water source study. Based on the recommendations of Kimley Horn and approval of City Council on October 22nd, the city began discussions with Upper Trinity Regional Water District as a long-term water source for Rome. Why is this important? Most of you know how critical it is that a quality water source supply is secured for many years to come for Rome. Our residents expect and deserve this assurance from their city. It is also important because of the tremendous growth that has arrived in our little corner of the world with the announcement that Rolling B development is finally taking off. One headline I had read said 10,000 homes and a $1 billion price tag. What I mentioned earlier about never dreaming that I would be mayor of a small city, well, I definitely never dreamed that I would be mayor of a small city during a pandemic with a $1 billion development to deal with as well. What other successes have happened during my tenure as mayor? A property tax rate freeze has been implemented for those aged 65 years and older or those who are disabled. This property tax rate freeze took effect in 2020. The city should be proud of this accomplishment, which helps our senior population afford to stay in their homes even with a fixed income. The property tax rate for the last 5 years is the lowest it's been in 25 years. I charge this council with ensuring that the property tax rate continues on the path it is currently on. The shift of dependence on property tax as a revenue source has shifted with the huge increases that the city has seen in sales tax revenue. I charge this council with ensuring that this balance is maintained going forward. City administration processes have been streamlined by implementing various software programs to help our city staff in efficiently completing their daily duties. The police department and fire department both have a regular vehicle and apparatus replacement program in place that is being funded and followed each budget year. This vital program ensures that those who put their lives on the line for our community have the equipment that they need to successfully do their jobs. The police department and fire departments both have training programs that have been implemented to provide ongoing education and training to some of the most experienced, knowledgeable first responders in Wise County. This is also a vital program that ensures those who put their lives on the line for the community have the training that they need to successfully do their jobs. A city administrator position has now been successfully in place for over 2 years. I no longer have to remind the city council that I'm not going to be doing all this work for free forever. The city administrator position is now a respected position in the city and in the local community. It mirrors all the other surrounding cities as our city administrators collectively collaborate on problems and solutions that are common to us all. The city administrator position frees the mayor up to not have to handle minute details of daily operations, so the mayor is now able to be the visionary figurehead that drives the city toward a planned and success-driven future. The mayor is the one who sets the tone in vision, in mission, and in action. The mayor is the oil that helps all the parts of the city work together as a whole and minimize friction. The mayor's main job is to ensure that the laws and ordinances are upheld and to ensure that the will of the city council, who represents the citizens, is ultimately carried out by the city staff. So what is on the horizon for me? I will pass the torch on to the next mayor to carry on with city business, knowing that in my tenure I was able to make a difference. As I noted earlier, although my mission has been changed, my mission to serve this community has not changed, only the capacity in which I do that. I will be working in the community as a champion for important issues in our future. You will continue to see me working to make a difference for all of you. On a personal note, I am opening my own business finally and look forward to being an active part of the business community. Many opportunities have opened up within the last couple of weeks. I will be trading my once busy mayoral schedule for a new busy schedule that has promising opportunities for me. Before I close, I would like to thank some people. First of all, I would like to thank the good Lord for giving me the strength and wisdom to stand strong, as well as the blessings that He has bestowed upon me throughout my life. I would like to thank my husband, Patrick, who has only ever known me as mayor when we met 5 years ago. I'm sorry, Patrick, but you will no longer be affectionately referred to as the city's first man. You will just have to settle for being my arm candy at social functions. I would like to thank my family, my kids, my grandkids, and my parents who allowed me to give up time with them to serve this community. They never grumbled, even when it was late at night or on weekends or on our holidays or our vacations. They encouraged me to do what needed to be done without a complaint. I would like to thank the council that I have had the honor to serve alongside. Councilmember Josh McCabe, I have high hopes for you. You have served your country and now you serve your community. Continue on the path that you have started, and I expect to see great things of you in the future. Councilmember Kenny Crenshaw, you have also served your country for many years and now you serve your community. I will forever remember your no-nonsense, cut-to-the-chase disposition. You have taught all of us the phrase that it matters when you have skin in the game. Mayor Pro Tem Elaine Priest, you served your community with great wisdom and a heart full of empathy and compassion. You told me once that phrase that has stuck with me. You said public service is a thankless job. You do the best that you can with the things that you know and the things that you learn along the way. Never lose the dream and the vision that we have set before this city. A vision is a powerful thing. Councilmember Leanne Mikowski, you and I have been given the opportunity to move on to other adventures. Although I'm sure we will both keep a watchful eye on the city still as citizens, I look forward to watching your success with your business. Councilmember Sam Eason, congratulations on your re-election for a third term. With such a resounding number of votes, more than any other single candidate in this election. That says volumes about the high regard the public holds you in. You and your wife, Tommy, were present for my first mayoral oath of office. And it has been an honor to have the unwavering support from both of you throughout everything. A few more thank yous and I promise I'm done. City Administrator Cynthia Northrup. Thank you for coming back for your second day of work. You came on right before the chaos of COVID started and you stepped through everything. The city is fortunate to have you at the helm as city administrator. I look forward to seeing the wonderful opportunities as you lead the city through into 2021. City Secretary Shannon Montgomery, thank you for your hard work and your attention to detail as well as your organizational talents. You have helped to streamline and simplify so many processes for the city, and I am forever grateful to all the assistance you have given me over the years. And City Attorney Carvin Adkins, you know, it's funny that the lawyer turned out to be the one that I got really teary-eyed about first. Carvin, no matter what was happening with the city, I was always able to bring any problem to you with the assurance that you would give me wise counsel, help me to make a sound decision, and do what was right for the city. Your character and integrity were obvious in the professional way you advised the city. I hold you in high regard and wish you all the best for the future. Continue to guide this city in the way you guided me during my tenure, and I will rest easy that you will take it from here. To all the rest of the staff, and there's a lot of them, so I'm not going to name them all, both current and former, I consider all of you like my extended family. I have laughed with you in good times, and I have cried with you during the hard times. We were bonded together by our desire to serve this community and make it a better place. We have succeeded in that thus far. For those current staff, take it from here. I will cheer you on your success every step of the way. I will now formally pass the torch on to those who follow in my footsteps. May God bless each of us, our city, and our country. As the crew of Apollo 13 said when they were safely back on Earth, this is Mayor Michelle Pittman DeCredico signing off.
Good job.
You will be missed.
All right, we'll go on to our canvassing and swearing in. Agenda item L. I'm going to turn it over to the city secretary to handle L and M.
Thank you, Mayor. Agenda item L, discussion and any necessary action regarding the canvassing of the November 3rd, 2020 general election. You had the ordinance in your packet. It has the final numbers that we received Tuesday from the county after they counted the mail-in ballots and the provisional ballots. I would like to have a motion to approve.
You have that motion.
Thank you, Councilmember McCabe. Do I have a second? Councilmember Eason, thank you so much.
You have a second.
Okay, I'll go through the list. Councilmember McCabe,
Aye.
Councilmember Crenshaw,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Priest,
Aye.
Councilmember Makowski, I think she's left the meeting. Councilmember Eason,
Aye.
the motion carries. Agenda item M, discussion and any necessary action regarding canvassing the November 3rd, 2020 bond election. You have the resolution in your packet with the canvassing votes from the Wise County. Do I have a motion?
You have that motion as well.
Thank you, Councilmember McCabe. Second?
I second.
Thank you, Councilmember Eason. Okay, now I'll go through the list. Councilmember McCabe,
Aye.
Councilmember Crenshaw,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Priest,
Aye.
Councilmember Makowski, I saw your mouth move. Was that an aye? Councilmember Makowski?
Yes,
Thank you. Councilmember Eason?
yes.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries on this one as well. I will turn it back to Mayor Pittman DeCredico for agenda item N.
All right, agenda item N, discussion and any necessary action regarding certificates of election, statements of office, and oaths of office. So I will do the first set with Mayor-elect Joanne Wilson. So the certificate of election, Shannon, do I need to read that, or do we just need to acknowledge that we have signed that?
Acknowledging it is fine. You do not need to read it.
Okay, we have signed the certificate of election dated November 12th, 2020. All right, we'll do the statement of office. Ms. Wilson, if you'll repeat after me, we'll go through this. I, Joanne Wilson,
I, Joanne Wilson,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I have not directly or indirectly
that I have not directly or indirectly
paid, offered, promised to pay,
paid, offered, or promised to pay,
contributed or promised to contribute
contributed or promised to contribute
any money or thing of value,
any money or thing of value,
or promised any public office
or promised any public office
or employment
or employment
for the giving or withholding of a vote
for the giving or withholding of a vote
at the election
at the election
at which I was elected,
of which I was elected,
or as a reward
or as a reward
to secure my appointment or confirmation,
to secure my appointment or confirmation,
whichever the case may be,
whichever the case may be.
so help me God.
So help me God.
Okay. Next, we're going to do the oath of office. If you'll repeat after me. In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas,
In the name and of the authority of the state of Texas,
I, Joanne Wilson,
I, Joanne Wilson,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the duties of
the duties of
the office of mayor,
the office of mayor,
City of Rome of the state of Texas,
City of Rome of the state of Texas,
and well to the best of my ability,
and will to the best of my ability
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, defense, and I'm sorry, Michelle, repeat that one more time.
Yes, ma'am. Preserve, protect, and defend
Okay, preserve, preside, and attend
the Constitution and laws
the Constitution and laws
of the United States
of the United States
and of this state,
and on this date,
so help me God.
so help me God.
Congratulations. I'll turn the meeting over to you.
Okay, do I swear Ashley in or you?
You continue on to swear the other council members in.
Okay.
Mayor Wilson,
Yes.
can you please do Councilmember Eason, place 4 first and then place 5 second?
And Shannon, I do not have the information to swear them in.
Okay, I sent you a separate email on that today.
Shannon, if you have it, you can read it for the mayor. And
Okay,
then
let me pull it up.
Actually, Carvin, Joanne, I have it also, and I can just read it.
Go
that
for it.
that works real well.
Thank you, Councilmember Eason.
I, Sam Eason, do solemnly swear or affirm that I have not directly or indirectly paid, offered, promised to pay, contributed, or promised to contribute any money or thing of value, or promised any public office or employment for the giving or withholding of a vote at the election at which I was elected as a reward to secure my appointment or confirmation, whichever the case may be, so help me God. My oath of office. In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas, I, Sam Eason, do solemnly swear or affirm that I will faithfully execute the duties of the office of Council Member Place 4, City of Rome of the state of Texas, and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States and of this state, so help me God.
Thank you,
That's it.
Councilmember Eason. Councilmember-elect Majors, are you with us? You're still muted.
Sorry, I'm here.
Do you have the statement in front of you, or do I need to read it for you?
The only one I have is the oath of office. That is the only have one.
Okay, I will read the statement of office.
Oh, okay. If you give me a second, I can go back to it, but if you read it, then I can.
Okay, and then you'll just follow along just like Mayor Wilson did.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I, Ashley Majors,
Ashley Majors,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I have not directly or indirectly
that I have not directly or indirectly
paid, offered, or promised to pay,
paid, offer, or promised to pay,
contributed or promised to contribute
contributed or promised to contribute
any money or thing of value,
or thing of value,
or promised any public office
or promised any public office
or employment for the giving or withholding of a vote
for the giving or withholding of a vote
at the election
at
at which I was elected,
which I was elected,
or as a reward to secure my appointment
or reward to secure my appointment
or confirmation, whichever the case may be, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you. If you
Thank
have
you.
the oath in front of you, if you could just read that.
I, Ashley Majors, do solemnly swear or affirm that I will faithfully execute the duties of the office of Council Member Place 5, City of Rome of State of Texas, and will do my best of my ability to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States and of this state, so help me God.
Thank you.
All right.
Mayor
Thank
Wilson?
you.
Okay, we're going to public presentations and input. The council is not permitted to take action or discuss any presentation made to the council at this time concerning an item not listed on the agenda. The council will hear comments during this designated time. Request form or email must be submitted to the city secretary prior to 4 p.m. today. City Secretary, do we have any comments?
No, Mayor, we do not.
Okay, then we'll move on to announcements from the mayor and council members. I want to thank the citizens that gave me this opportunity to serve as your mayor. Sam Eason was re-elected and Ashley Major will join the council for a new experience. I am always available to all of you and plan to be transparent as I work with this seasoned council in unison to share our knowledge of the needs of the city and move forward in a positive way. Southwise County and its various cities should share information and ideas, and my hope is that Rome can be the best neighbor ever. Should you have thoughts that could improve our city and its services and help our city be outstanding, please email me at the City of Rome. I will respond. And certainly we may not can take action on everything, but we need to hear from the citizens. As we all hope, maybe soon this requirement for virtual meetings will go away and we can return to in-person meetings. In the meantime, though, please stay safe, wear a mask, and maintain social distancing. I would also, and Cynthia, I apologize for not getting a hold of you this afternoon. I also would like to announce that by Monday, November 16th, that the Rome City Hall will be open from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Cynthia, if you feel a need to make the last hour for close during the day, then please put that in your notice and Facebook page. I have been approached by so many citizens that the current schedule is not user-friendly. And of course, as you all know, we are here to serve our citizens. The upcoming events, November 26th council meeting will be canceled. That is Thanksgiving weekend. Thursday, November the 26th, and Friday, November the 27th, city offices will be closed. But rest up, because on Saturday, November the 28th, the Rome Veterans Group has Santa coming to the park, and from 2 to 6 p.m. Bring all your little ones, all your old ones, and everybody, and let's have a good time. Now we'll move on to the monthly staff reports.
Mayor, I believe I have an announcement, please.
Okay.
The VFW has extended their deadline for their youth scholarships. They have 2 scholarships, one for 9th through 12th grade. There's one as well from 6th to 8th grade. The high school one is a voice of democracy, and the theme is the country the founders envisioned. And the one for the 6th through 8th grade is what is patriotism to me. So if anyone has any school children that are looking for scholarships for either college or for other studies, please contact the local VFWs. There's one in Hazlitt and one in Roanoke. Submissions are due by end of day on this Sunday, November the 15th. So this is a chance for some of our local students to get scholarships in the amount of thousands of dollars. So I just want to put that out in case there's any children out there looking for assistance.
And what was the final date to have that in, Josh?
This Sunday.
Oh, pooey. So we got to hurry. Pass the word along here. I thought we might put it on our Facebook page. Cynthia, would that be too late to include it?
Not at all. In fact, Josh, Councilmember McCabe, if you could send that to me, I will get it on the Facebook page.
And if anybody from our group should end up with a scholarship, let us know. And we'd like to recognize them. Thank you. Any other announcements from any council people?
I do.
Yes.
I don't think that we thanked Josh McCabe, Leanne Mikowski, and Kenny Crenshaw for their service. It was Veterans Day on Wednesday, so I would like to thank them for their service.
And that we missed Veterans Day one day. It was yesterday. But hey, if we're late, we're late. But guys, we do appreciate your service. Thanks, Ashley. Anybody else? Okay, we'll move on from now to the monthly staff reports. Does anybody want to pull off anything? I take that as a no. Do I hear a motion to approve the staff reports? Anybody want to approve the staff reports? Okay,
I'm motion we approve.
Okay, Elaine's waved first, and maybe she could get a second. Elaine's going to second it. Okay, who was the first one that, was that you, Sam?
Crenshaw.
Crenshaw, okay. So Shannon, if you can work that out, and now we'll have a roll call for the vote. Elaine,
Aye.
Ashley,
Aye.
glad to see all your good names. Sam,
Aye.
Josh,
Aye.
and Crenshaw.
Yeah, aye.
It's unanimous. We all are approving it. So staff reports, if you get a chance to go through them more thoroughly, take the time to do it. They are very interesting to look at. Okay, now we approve or look at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting minutes. Does anybody want to question anything there?
I motion to approve.
I'm sorry, I did not hear you.
I motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. We need a second.
Excuse me,
Yes.
Mayor Wilson, these are not for approval by council. They'll be approved by the P&Z Commission. They're actually in there as an update to what happened at the last meeting.
Oh, okay. So you can look at that. We don't have to vote on it, but the
Correct.
minute should say whatever happened during that particular meeting.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Shannon. The consent agenda. All items under this section are recommended for approval for the consent agenda. These items are of a routine nature and require only brief deliberation by council. The council reserves the right to remove any item on the consent agenda for further deliberation. Do we have anyone that would like to do that?
So moved.
Okay, do we need a motion on that, Shannon?
Yes, and I believe Councilmember Eason just made the motion.
Oh, okay. On the
Crenshaw, I second.
Okay, so let's vote on that one then. Okay, Ashley,
Aye.
Elaine,
Aye.
Sam,
Aye.
Josh,
Aye.
and Crenshaw.
Aye.
Okay, so motion is approved. And we
Mayor
also-
or Cynthia or Shannon, do we need to see Kenny? Because he's not on the screen.
Yeah, Kenny, you have fallen off the screen.
It's not
I
a
don't know,
legal
my video's out.
Oh, okay. So can you hear us okay?
Yeah, under the current waiver, Mayor, it's not required that we have video. So just as long as we keep the audio connection, we'll be good.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry. Thank you for letting me know.
Okay, we have the minutes of the city council regular session of October the 22nd, 2020. Does anybody have any questions or want to make a motion?
We've
Mayor
already
Wilson?
approved. We already approved that, Joanne.
Well, did we approve the city council? If not, hey, I'll agree with that.
Ma'am, we did, and that was the only item under consent agenda.
Okay. Oh, okay. I'm with you. Okay, we're regular session now in force for new business. Item 1 or item S, I should say, discussion and any necessary action regarding updating authorized signatures for bank accounts. Shannon, you want to take this one?
Yes, ma'am. Currently, our current ordinance states that we have the city administrator or the city secretary signing for the staff side, and then we have the mayor or the mayor pro tem signing for the council side. So we need a motion to remove Michelle Pittman DeCredico and add Joanne Wilson.
This is Councilmember Crenshaw. I so move.
I
Thank you, sir.
second.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, and here we go. We'll start out with Kenny since we can't see him. Kenny,
Aye.
Elaine,
Aye.
Ashley,
Aye.
Sam,
Aye.
and Josh.
Aye.
Thank you. The motion is approved. Okay, we need somebody else on the council to review the bank signature, what does not have bank signatory authority, but to review the monthly bank reconciliations. And Shannon, is there any way, rather than just having the statement from the bank, that we can have something that shows more detail? It's kind
The
of,
current software we have takes this bank statement and the bank activity and creates a report that I go through when I bank reconcile.
does it say, in other words, we spent $10 for candy at Dollar General?
It matches up all the checks and the journal entries, and it tells us what was, like, any checks that were written at the end of the month that don't clear by the end of the month, that they'll follow forward. So it's a pretty detailed, usually for just adding interest to one bank account, it's an 8-page report.
Okay.
So it's pretty detailed.
Now we're looking for a volunteer.
I'd like
What?
to,
Down.
I think
You said lawn
Councilmember
chair?
McCabe.
A volunteer, right? Sam, are you volunteering?
I think Josh has already volunteered for that position.
Oh, okay.
I would be willing to do it also, but if Josh wants it, he may have it.
Okay, let's vote on Josh McCabe to review the bank statements and good stuff. Josh, if you get those and you need more information, Shannon's available.
I believe we need a
I'll go
motion.
ahead and make a motion to appoint Josh to be that non-signatory.
I second.
No, whichever.
Okay, do we need now to vote on Josh? So Ashley,
Aye.
Elaine,
Aye.
Sam,
Aye.
Kenny,
Aye.
and Josh.
Aye.
Okay, so Josh, you are the lucky one. The next one is sub U, discussion and any necessary action regarding virtual meetings for the duration of Governor Abbott's state of disaster declaration due to COVID-19 and the temporary suspension of the Open Meetings Act to allow telephone or video public meetings. The newest proclamation, I understand, was dated November the 6th, and we are following that. And I think we just have to wait and see what maybe the next month would be. If you remember, Michelle was telling us everything seemingly going up again on the viruses. So let's just table this one till next time unless someone has an objection.
I have an objection. I'd like to make a motion. And that motion is that we will continue with video conferencing as long as the governor of Texas authorizes it.
Mayor, I have something. I make a motion or suggest that we as a council meet in person, and just as long as we're social distance from one another, to be as competitive to our neighboring communities. Boyd, Decatur, Lake Worth, and Haslett are all meeting in person. So I make a motion or.
Actually, we actually have a motion on the floor from Councilman Eason. So before we can take up the second motion, we need to address the first motion. It currently does not have a second.
I second that motion. It's Councilmember Crenshaw.
Okay, so now,
I have some questions
yes.
about all of that. So if we were to meet, then we can't also have virtual, we can only have in person, and there's only room in that room over there for like 6 or 8 people. There's no way that we don't have the apparatus to have everybody together, and as far as the council, and then public participation can't be done by virtual. So I just want to explain that I don't think that as city council people, we should be expected to put ourselves at risk to do this job. Some of those places that Ashley mentioned that has are doing that, they have a bigger facility where they can distance. We just don't have that, and that's not anybody's fault. It's just the way it is. But I think it's irresponsible almost for us to try to get together and possibly expose ourselves. I can't justify that in my mind. So
And I've not been anywhere where we could sit in an audience in social distance. Have you been anywhere else, Elaine, that they were able to handle this?
Well, my question goes back. The public could, not everybody in the public that wanted to participate could participate. And so that's not fair then. If we social distance and we take the risk to do it, it's not fair to our citizens that they have no way to participate except to stand outside the door. And so that's not the right thing to do for our citizens.
Not to mention, some people have family members that are at high risk that have to interact with us, and we don't need to put them at risk.
Well, I am one of those high risk people. And so, you know, I'm not going to be in favor of that because I like breathing and living.
This is just off the top of my head, but are the churches stretching out, or how are they doing it? The ones that
I haven't been to church since February. I know that the one up the street from us, they've closed their doors.
Oh, really?
Yep.
So we've got a motion and a second on the table.
Sam,
just a second. So just to let Elaine know the reason why, I think that we should go back. The facility, I believe, that is large enough for us to social distance for the size of it, and to the other cities, they are doing either, like I know Trophy Club, for instance, was doing Facebook Live. So it is being recorded. Somebody is watching it, or, you know, as well as calling in. So I've called around and looked at other, you know, asked other cities on how they were doing. I actually called Wise County attorney, spoke to him as well, just to see, Decatur's attorney, just to see if there was any possibility. I think for us to work together on some of the topics, especially if there's coming up, I mean, in favor of us meeting, at least just us, the resident, and the residents and citizens not meeting with us. So
okay, we have a motion and a second on the table. We need to act on that.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote on that, and then however it comes out, we'll go back and discuss this further if it needs to be. Okay.
So I just Sam, what you're saying is, as long as it's mandated by the governor, we keep following that. We're not going to wait every month and come back and discuss it. If he says so, that's it.
It's correct.
Okay.
And explain what you were telling us earlier, that if Governor Abbott does not continue saying, waiving the requirements for open meetings, we cannot go online and do it. You had a very good explanation on that.
Mayor, the way the governor has currently crafted the waivers is they are in 30-day increments. And so every 30 days, he renews the waivers through a proclamation. So if he authorizes through a waiver, then the city can continue to meet virtually. If for some reason he did not continue to, if he didn't continue the waiver, then the city would have to go back to meeting as it used to, in full compliance with the Open Meetings Act.
Right. And I think a lot of us thought Governor Abbott was saying, do not go to open meetings. But I think what, if I understood from Carvin, what he has done is give us the permission to choose to go with virtual meetings of some kind.
That is correct.
Okay, back to Sam's motion. Here we go. Elaine,
Aye.
Ashley,
Not in favor.
Kenny,
Aye.
Josh,
Aye.
and Sam.
Aye.
So it's unanimous that we will continue with virtual meetings. Sorry, somebody said something, but it didn't come clear. Okay, so we're moving on to the next one. Okay, discussion and any necessary action regarding expectations for the upcoming transition period with newly elected officials. Do y'all have anything you want to see done during this transition? Y'all being Ashley and Sam, I guess you're renewed for anything you'd like to see during this transition, or anybody else?
City Attorney, I would like to remind everybody, I think the city administrator has put together a package of materials that Texas Municipal League sponsors for all incoming council members. And I would just suggest that that's a lot of reading material, and it's got a lot of good information. So you might want to review that. And certainly for you guys that have been on the council, it's a good refresher. You can go back over all of those documents. I think she's made them available to you, and would suggest you read that. I'd also like to take this opportunity just to remind everybody of our Article 1.07 of our Code of Ordinances, which is the code of ethics that's each of you are bound to follow as an officer of the city, and just suggest that you should read that, make yourself familiar with it. The old saying, ignorance is no excuse, is actually true when it comes to violating that. So I bring that to your attention. There may have been something I've forgotten. Did you have any other questions, or Cynthia, did I miss anything?
No, I think you covered it. I have, council, you will remember that we put together a council orientation handbook, and you all have a copy of that. I have met with council member Majors today and given her her copy. And we'll meet, I expect I will meet with the mayor tomorrow and give her her copy as well. And yes, you do have that in your packet where you've got the links to click on for that training that TML offers. That is required, yes.
Does the state also require certification within 90 days or something after you take office that you have read their handbook?
I'm not familiar with that certification, but there is an Open Meetings Act training, 1 hour video that you are required to review, and that is a certification that you are required to take, and that has to occur within 90 days of your taking office.
And that's what I'm referring to, I believe, Carvin. And
right.
You say it's more open meetings.
And also the Public Information Act. There's City Administrator Northrop included both for the Open Meetings Act and the Public Information Act. They're both about an hour-long video, and at the end of the video, it'll give you a certificate number to print your certificate, and we will need those, like Carvin said, within 90 days of your appointment.
Okay, and what about those that have already been there? Do they have to redo it again, or are they grandfathered in?
Actually, one-time inoculation is all that's required. So,
okay, so
get your one shot.
Well,
if you've seen it in another office, you don't have to do it again. So if you've served in another capacity and you had to go through that, then you're good. Just bring the certificate, get it to the city secretary so she can put it on file. And Shannon, I was just thinking, are you the public information officer for the city?
Yes, sir.
in the case where the governmental entity has actually designated a staff person to be the public information officer, you guys are actually excused from the requirement of the Public Information Act certification, because she has to take care of all those duties. It doesn't hurt to watch it, and it's a lot of good information, so I would certainly want you to do it. But in terms of an actual requirement, it's not required because we have a public information officer.
Okay, y'all guys, are y'all okay with that? If you get a call from the New York Times, send it to Shannon. She's going to give out everything that anybody needs to know. So Shannon, I guess that's something else. You have another hat.
Yes.
Okay. Kenny, if you would give us an update on W. I remember back when you brought this subject up where that we needed to have
we're
an
not
accounting.
through with we're not through with the current agenda item. We're still talking about expectations, are we not?
Talking about
V?
what?
Aren't we still on agenda item V, expectations?
Right. Does anybody else have anything
Does
else?
the council not get an opportunity to voice our expectations?
Go ahead, Sam.
Well, thank you, Mayor Ashley. Are you going to start running these meetings for Joanne?
No, we don't need to
That's
say
completely
it like that.
uncalled for.
No, Sam.
What is it you're wanting to add to the transition?
Oh my gosh, get comfortable. I've got quite a few expectations. I'd like to remind you, you and I have a history that goes back to 2015. And I know you don't trust me, I don't trust you, and I expect.
Hey, Sam, let's move on. No, let's don't talk about stuff like that. We're talking about November the 12th of 2020. What can we expect?
I expect that you and I will both try to find a way to move forward and trust each other, because that's the most effective way. I believe you said you wanted to work with the current council. I'm on the council. I expect that we will try to work together to establish trust.
I don't think we have a choice, Sam, but to work together, because we're in here for the same purpose, and that is for the.
I'm glad you agree with me.
I can't understand you at all.
That also, let's keep moving on. The people in City Hall. I know that back in the past, there have been times in City Hall that it ended up becoming a hangout for people, that councilmen before, after, during the day, that they would want to just go hang out at City Hall and interfere. I'd like to make a motion that we don't allow that we make a motion that only the mayor and staff are allowed past the lobby of City Hall. Because
no,
you see in our handbook,
and Cynthia is doing a good job of pairing out stuff and whatever, but there's times that somebody may need to sit down to somewhere. I don't think
you don't get to say no on my motion. We get to find out if there's a second.
You found out what?
I have made a motion that only mayor and staff are allowed past the lobby of City Hall.
Can I interject right here, please? We, like you were saying and the mayor was saying, that we are all working together. Sam, let's all start out in a positive and move forward, because if we stay in the negativity, we should. I'm being nice. So we all need to work together and be positive. I am excited to work with everybody on the council, as well as I could imagine Joanne is. So we all want to be teammates in this going forward, but I don't think that you need to come off in a negative tone.
I'm merely saying we need to make sure that the ladies of City Hall are able to do their jobs without it being a place for people hanging out.
Well, and if Cynthia sees that as a problem, I think we'd be the first one to hear from her.
Well, I'm thinking
there's a big sign if there only one person allowed in at a time.
If the council doesn't agree with me, then I won't get a second and there won't be a vote. And then we can
it's Carvin, can we say that I mean, for the mayor, anyone to say that they can't go behind the main lobby?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I mean, it's, the council is the ultimate authority for regulating the city. So the mayor implements the policy, this council sets the policy. So it's up to the council how much detail you want to get into the weeds.
Well, I guess what I'm concerned with, say I need to sit down with Cynthia and she needs Sam there for whatever the problem. So we've said it where, oh no, you can't both go in. It's that, I mean, I don't know. Let's vote. Let's see what the other people think. Do we have, we don't have a second, I don't believe.
I will second that.
Is that Kenny?
No, it's Josh.
Josh? Okay, Josh is seconding. Okay, let's vote. Now, Sam says that only one person can go in the
Do
city
we have
hall.
any, Mayor,
Yes,
can we have some discussion on this before we take that vote?
I would think so, yes.
Okay, all right. Well, I would like for maybe we reconsider the structure of that motion to maybe put that scrutiny on whether or not people who come in are becoming a problem with the progress in the work that is going on at City Hall. And if that, and I think that is actually the administrator's job. And so if there is things going on that's interfering with the work, then I think she has the right to speak up and bring this back to City Council. I go in there, I have to sign checks, I have to go to the back. I don't have to go to the back every time, but it depends on how many people are in the building to do with COVID. So there's lots of things that have an effect on who can be where in the building at any given time, and COVID partially dictates that. I think it would be cumbersome to say that only these number of people can go past that door, because we have responsibilities. Josh is going to need to go back and look at the bank statements. I need to go in sometimes and sign checks if the mayor is not available to sign. So I think that becomes cumbersome, but maybe we would change our motion to say that if our city administrator, who is responsible, who oversees the staff, sees that there are people that are interfering with the jobs that they're doing, then she can bring that up and we can reconsider. But I think maybe we're getting a little extreme here. Because it's a little bitty dinky building and we have to be able to distance. So
I agree with you, Elaine, and I think, with Cynthia does a great job, and Shannon as well. So I agree with you that needing to go back, as well as Josh. I don't think it's, I'm not, I think Sam took it a little bit too extreme. It's, to my knowledge, I mean, we've only ever been invited back, by either Shannon or, I mean, I wasn't on council, but even on P&Z, we were invited back to have a meeting or talk about certain things. I mean, we're here to volunteer and do the best of all of our abilities, as well as having to sign checks, or Josh. That is going to be a very intensive job for Josh to do. So I'm with you, Elaine. I think we need to readdress it or table it to a later date. I think the way that Sam came off is not in a positive. So I would like to just see it tabled to the next council meeting, so we can all go on and be happy.
My question then is to Cynthia. How do you feel about that?
Well, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So here's what we've done. I just want to let you know, as you all know, it's a very small building. We are even though it's small, I guess we're blessed in that we have fairly separate offices. So we've been able to maintain 6 feet distance on a regular basis. We have limited the traffic, even for staff in the back. Now, some of that was very tight when COVID first hit. I mean, we would set stuff, staff members would come and get their mail. They would let us know they're here, set it out the back door, and then we would close the door and they would come in. Most of my meetings that I have are usually over at the community center. Every once in a while, somebody shows up at the office and they're wanting to meet with me. I may meet with them, but it's very rare. Most of you council members, as you know, you rarely, I mean, even though Elaine, yes, you have to come back there and sign checks. I mean, the process has been, a lot of times we'll bring it out to you in your car just to limit that traffic. So, with COVID, I will say we have limited it and we do limit. And so.
Can some of the rest of us say something on this?
Sure.
Please, Ken.
Okay. That building belongs to the taxpayers of the city of Rome. Now, Carvin, correct me if I'm wrong, but in most businesses or city entities, that entity has an incumbent responsibility to protect its employees from any kind of harassment or interference in the performance of their duty. Otherwise, we open the city up to lawsuits for harassment. So the city administrator is the leader in that building, and I trust her judgment to make that call that if somebody's coming in there interfering with duties of the staff, she can handle it. Otherwise, I don't see where we can't tell people they can't go in their city hall. I think that's just a bit much. I'll leave it at that.
Sam, do you want to revise or do you want to go ahead and vote on your motion?
Well, I'd like to discuss, considering what the ladies and Kenny have said. I understand Elaine will need to go back there in her capacity as Mayor Pro Tem if she needs to sign a check. I understand that once a month, Josh is now going to need access. So I would like to revise that my motion to say only the mayor and staff are allowed past the lobby of City Hall unless you have an appointment. And we only allow one council member at a time back there, so we make absolutely certain that there's no quorum ever established.
Well, that's kind of understood. We can't have, your Open Meetings Act and that. So how do you want to word your motion?
I move that only the mayor and staff are allowed past the lobby of City Hall, with the exception of you may have council members there by appointment when there is a specified need.
Do you want okay, let me make sure before I go for a vote. Do you want like our Mayor Pro Tem and our bank reconciliation person to have an appointment to go in? Somebody says it's horrible.
Sorry, Sam, you're cutting out. Sorry, I couldn't understand you. It was cutting in and out. Can you just say that one more time? Sorry.
Your examples of the Mayor Pro Tem and Josh for bank reconciliation is accurate. Those are obviously sufficient needs for appointments. So I wanted to expand the motion to be only the mayor and staff, plus any council member that can make an appointment, and using that appointment, they can then have access. If it becomes an impedance to maybe the classification and security of documents or keeping the people from being able to work, of course, the city administrator can bring that to the council and we can review the access.
Okay, do I hear a second? Okay, Josh is seconding this. So we're going to have to go for a vote. So Elaine? You're just at the top of the screen, so I'm not just picking on you, but it's so convenient.
I would just like for Sam to say that motion in one breath there. I'm not sure I understood it all. So would you mind
Okay.
repeating that, please?
You bet. I move that only the mayor and staff are allowed past the lobby of City Hall. You may additionally have council members allowed past there with an appointment and a specified need.
Was that clear to you, Elaine?
I just want to know if a public person calls and asks for an appointment with Cynthia and they have to meet there, then is this motion going to prohibit her from being able to meet with the public when they have questions, if she has invited them?
I believe Cynthia meets with people at the community center right now. Is that it? Correct, Cynthia?
For the most part, if they show up at City Hall, you know, it's somewhat cumbersome to say, hey, can we drive over to the community center? But I can do that. I can do that if council so directs me.
Can we table this to, I'm with Kenny. I think it's the taxpayers. I'm just a little concerned. I think we're starting off on a bad foot.
Ashley, we have a motion and a second. We
Sorry.
can't table it. We can't
Sorry.
table it.
Well, I'm not in favor. I'm not in favor. So I will give my vote that I'm not in favor.
And start a vote. Elaine?
I vote no.
Ashley?
Yes, ma'am. I vote no.
Josh?
Yes.
I'm sorry, what is your vote?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I cannot hear where you're garbling. Come. Yes or no? Just aye. Okay, that I can hear. Kenny?
Nay.
Sam?
Aye.
Okay, so we have, Shannon, keep me straight. We have 2 ayes and 3 negatives. Or am
Would
I
anyone
making?
else care to make a motion on any type of limits on people in City Hall?
Let's go ahead and for the record, the motion failed. So the floor would be open for further discussion.
Okay, let's move on to the next one. Kenny, back.
Gosh. I had something to go with the expectations as well. That does not have to do with that. I have made a statement I'd like to read for my expectation. And it is, as an elected official to the council and mayor positions, we must always consider citizen comments, board and committee recommendations, staff recommendations, council goals, and priorities in our individual perspectives. As a council, we expect to receive recommendations from our board, commissions, and committees that reflect their individual and collective knowledge of the committee, mainly from a citizen perspective. The council also expects that city staff will present recommendations from a professional perspective. There are times this staff, board, commissions, and committee professional opinions and recommendations may differ from our own, and that is okay. These differences are inherent in policy formulation and of an organization which welcomes diverse perspectives. We have a staff in place based on their knowledge, qualifications, and experience. We need to rely on them to assist in a smooth transition that best benefits all parties. We must all be aware of our roles, whether elected or hired, and believe in the individuals to perform those duties to the best of their abilities for which they were placed in their respective position. With that being said, there's been a lot of half-truths, ill words, and false information that was spread in the last election season by all sides. Due to all of this, trust has been broken amongst individuals, that being citizens, current council, and new officials. Now is the time that we set our personal opinions and differences aside and work together to rebuild that trust. We need to rebuild trust so that we can work together in the best interest of Rome, not best interest of ourselves or the specific part of town in which we reside in. We as a council represent Rome as a whole, not our own personal agendas and not individual communities within our city limits and ETJ. It is my expectation that we as a whole move forward in a professional manner that supports the best interests of our town. We can have different opinions on many topics, and we always do. It is about to professionally and courteously work together to express those opinions and find a common median that suits Rome as a whole. So let us work together and not against, for Rome and for our residents.
Thank you, Kenny.
That's Josh.
Anyone else want to say anything?
I do. And Josh, sorry, you can't, your picture on the screen is really small, so that's the reason why. So I just want to say that I'm excited for my newly elected position. I'm excited to work with each of you. I think, again, saying before that we're all in this for the invested interest of the residents of Rome. So I'm excited. I want to all work together. You know what? Past is past, and let's move forward. You know, it's going to be a tough road. I mean, we have a lot on our agendas, especially tonight, but I'm looking forward to what we can all accomplish together. So I'm just not for the negativity.
Anybody else? I think we can all
Yes.
together and go forward.
No, I have additional expectations I'd like to address.
Oh, come on, Sam.
In your, what's wrong, Kenny?
That wasn't me. That's one of the other myriad of people on here that can't mute their phones.
Oh, okay.
So Sam,
In
did you have
your,
something else?
in your mayor's announcement, Joanne, said that you were going to change the hours of City Hall. I believe that's going to put additional burden on women that work in City Hall. I would like to see that we keep the same hours of operations for City Hall. So I'm going to say that I expect those hours to remain unchanged. And I will make such motion that we keep the current hours of operation and as they currently have, and do not change them.
Carvin,
Can you do that?
not on the agenda. Can we look at that?
I'm going to have to agree. I don't believe that's really on the agenda regarding expectations.
I cannot expect the hours to stay the same.
The hours will stay the same. Now, Cynthia wants to close, in essence, the front door at 4 o'clock for the ladies to close out their stuff for the day. That's certainly her call. But the 2 o'clock closing, we've got a lot of complaints about that. And let's try not closing at 2 o'clock. And Cynthia, we're always here if that doesn't work.
Okay. Then my next one, I would expect that we have no staff without council approval. So I wish to make a motion that we have no staff turnover without council approval.
What are you saying, that my authority as mayor will not work unless the council approves it?
Well, you currently don't have the authority to fire anyone anyway. I'm just reiterating that.
Well, why would we need a motion?
I'm just trying to get it made very clear.
Can I say something? Sam, can you let's just start out and table it to another. I mean, I understand your expectations, but Mayor Joanne has been on the council before. We have attended plenty of council meetings. And again, let's work together and not start out with high expectations that you are saying, and we all need to work together. So please, can we move back at this at a different time, or you address it directly to Joanne? But I do think that she knows that she can't just go in and fire everyone without any of us knowing. So that's all I have to say. I just want to move away from the negativity.
I'm not trying to be negative. I'm just merely trying to make things explicit. And if I don't have a second, that's fine. I can continue to move on.
While we're waiting, can everybody that's calling in on their cell phones at least put your thumb over your microphone? Because we're getting a lot of feedback and we can hear everything going on. So please do that.
Sam, did you have something else you wanted to bring up?
I do. Even though you wouldn't be able to fire anyone, you would have the authority to make an organizational change so that as to which department head reports to whom, et cetera. And so I expect that there will be no organizational structural changes. Can we forego a motion and I hear you commit to that?
I think Cynthia is over literally everybody but Shannon and herself. So there would be no organizational changes from the mayor.
Okay, so thank
As
you
long
very
as
much.
her job,
Let-
evidently she was
let-
doing well.
Sam,
and
I
my
think
very,
you should have run for mayor.
I'm sorry.
Ashley, can we
think
please
you should
move
have run
on?
for
Because this
mayor.
meeting's going to take long enough
Oh,
as it is.
I would never want to be mayor.
Some other
And
things, Kenny.
my last expectation item is that I would like to request from the city administrator on a weekly basis, updates of daily operations.
Cynthia, what did you present now? I'm new at this.
Right now I update during the council meetings. So that's probably bi-weekly, but I mean, I have no problem providing a weekly update of the week.
Thank you very much.
Okay,
That's
the
the end
next,
of my expectations. That's the end.
the end. Okay, Kenny, you brought up something in council meeting several months ago, asking that maybe an accounting firm be looked at to help out with the city's budget. Can you expand on that?
Yes, I can. For the last several years, we've had a certified public accountant, who is also the mayor, did our budget for the city for free. And everybody knows if you've ever had to pay a CPA, you have to put up many pints of blood along with money to pay them. So now, since we don't have a CPA doing our budget for free, which we desperately need to have, the city needs to go out and take bids and try to find a CPA firm that will do the budget for the city so that we can manage our money. I don't think we're no longer able, we are at a size where we need professionals to help manage our money. So that is what I meant. I would ask the city to go out and find a firm that will do the city's budget. That's it.
Okay, now by law, the mayor is charged with doing the budget. I don't know exactly.
Yes, I realize that, but
Yeah,
the mayor can certify the budget, but
sure.
a firm can put it together and present it to the mayor for approval, and then the mayor can present it to council. But we have a very complex budget that is very tight and is how we've kept taxes low and not increased any taxes over the last several years. So I would highly recommend that I want the city to go find a CPA firm to manage the city's budget for the mayor and council's approval. That's it.
Okay, and I don't know, Kenny, do you have any guess, probably the best term, what that would cost the city?
No, I would charge the city administrator and the city staff to go out and find and do this legwork and find out what it would and present it to the council for approval.
Okay. So you're making a motion that more or less we do that.
No, it's not a motion. I am asking you as the mayor to have the city staff bring back recommendations for CPA firms for the city.
Okay. Cynthia, would that be workable for you?
Yes, what I did want to just interject, and I had talked to the outgoing mayor, Michelle, about this. I mean, I have experience in budgeting. I've got 10 years of experience in public budgeting, so I definitely can help in that respect. We do have, the mayor did put $1,000 in the budget for some oversight in that process. So if we're going to go out and actually charge a CPA firm for doing that, it certainly would be more than $1,000. So we would have to find that somewhere in the budget, which is it's not there right now. We do have $1,000 in the budget.
Well, let me ask you this, Cynthia. If we don't have a CPA firm managing and developing our budget, it's going to still have to go through the audit process to validate that budget. And if we have to keep redoing it because it can't be validated, how much more is that going to cost us?
So we could have just a CPA firm do the verification of the budget, and we could have the city administrator create the initial budget.
Yes.
And that money is already allocated in the budget.
Correct.
Yes.
So perhaps we should authorize the city administrator to go out and find that CPA or CPA firm.
Correct.
Okay, I so move.
And I second.
The only thing I would suggest, gentlemen, to that motion is you might put an end date. When do you expect the city administrator to get back with you with her report? Next council meeting, or when do you need it?
The next council meeting after the first of the year.
It's fine. Okay, ask him if he can.
So please change my motion to include that deadline.
I lost my feed. Sam, could you repeat that where I can get online?
I said, please amend my motion to include the deadline that Mr. Crenshaw made of the first council meeting after the first of the year.
And that meeting would be January 14th.
You want the accounting information? Is that what this is still on? My screen went blank for a while.
I'm talking about them bringing back or selecting a CPA firm to review and validate the city's budget that is developed by the city administrator and the mayor.
Okay, and Sam is saying do this by the January meeting, whatever that day was. Is that the
14th,
motion?
yes. That's the motion.
The way I understand the motion is that you guys are instructing the city administrator to bring back a proposal to you on the January 14th meeting regarding what it would take to engage a CPA to review and validate the budget.
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. We appreciate that.
Okay, do we have a second?
Well, I made
Yes,
the motion.
I seconded it.
Oh, okay, so let's go to a vote on that. And this is like Carmen just did, our deadline is in January. Or Cynthia, is that a reasonable deadline?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let's have a vote. Elaine, you get to go first.
Aye.
Yes or
me?
no? Yes.
Aye. I said aye. Can you hear me?
Ashley, yes. Ashley,
Aye.
Josh,
Aye.
Kenny,
Aye.
Sam.
Aye.
Okay, so Cynthia, the ball's in your court to get that to the council presentation. Thank you. Do we have anything else since I've been gone for 5 minutes? Sam, are you through with your stuff? Kenny, is that all we're going to do on accounting?
Yes, we're going on to agenda item X.
Okay.
Just for
Discussion.
the record, Mayor, if we should lose you again, we couldn't tell that we had lost you. If there's some way you can let us know, we can temporarily recess the meeting while you get reestablished.
Right. And we had someone, all of a sudden I had no battery, the plug-in wasn't working. I mean, life is good, brand new computer, so thank you, good. Okay, the item X is very important. Discussion and any necessary action regarding a new plan for office space for City Hall, police, meeting facilities for City Council, municipal court, planning and zoning, parks and recreation, as well as community center facility upgrades.
Mayor, I make a motion that we table this. So since you are newly elected, so we can see and you can get information on.
Do I have any objection to tabling?
I do.
I object.
Well, I just been to see what Elaine had. Go ahead, Elaine.
I think that we're on a pretty strict timeline with our rental agreement. And so the work that we're going to need to assess and actions that we're going to need to take, and we don't have a meeting, a second meeting this month. We don't have a second meeting in December. And so I think that every day is critical. What I would suggest, and I would have questions about, is I know that facilities of the city fall under the umbrella of public works. And so my questions then I would like to ask Sean is, do we have lists of the things that every one of our buildings need? What, whether they're minor repairs or where they're structural repairs, because I think we're going to have to take a quick assessment. I don't know if there is really such a word as quick here, but I think we need to assess all of our facilities, know what their conditions are, so that we can sooner than later move forward with getting down to the nitty gritty of what our options are for everything that's listed under item X. And so
yes,
I would ask, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you was finished. Go ahead.
No. So I was just wondering if there is a building or facilities list that you keep that talks about those conditions, what they need, what their compliances are, what their safety issues are. I know we've got some that are structural, not ADA compliant, a whole bunch of things. And so I was just wondering if you have a detailed list for each one of the buildings.
I don't have a
detailed.
detailed
Interrupt before Sean goes forward. We do have a motion on the table by Councilmember Majors. So we either need to.
Okay, sorry.
The mayor declared that motion died for lack of a second, so we can go on with other discussion, or we need to go ahead and have a vote. But currently we just have a motion, but we don't have a second, and we're really proceeding and leaving that dangling out there.
Can I say something, Carvin, to Elaine, or do we just need to vote?
Well, you can either withdraw the table, or we need to get a second.
Okay, so Elaine, what you were saying is pretty much the same thing that I'm saying, that we need to get something in writing from Sean so we can see what the condition of the building is. That's only what I'm saying is for, hold on just a second, Cynthia, for for all of us to see what the conditions of the buildings are in. So then we can come back to it. That's the reason why I think we should table it, because you're making a valid point. I mean, one meeting's not gonna make a, I don't think it's gonna make a difference in the construction world. And we could do it fast, whatever it could be. If it's putting the ramp down, that's gonna be 1 week. So I think we should just get a list. I'm for tabling it and giving us the opportunity, giving Joanne and I the opportunity to see what we're, what's out, what y'all have been working on. So Cynthia, you can go ahead and, sorry.
Well, I think to Carvin's point, before we do any more discussion, I think the motion needs to die for a lack of second, or somebody needs to second it and then have discussion. So before I say anything, which I will interject at some point to tell you what we've been working on.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Could we get that information now, Carvin, or is that out of line? It might help and help.
Madam Mayor, can we please ask for a second on Ashley's motion so we can either vote on it or let it die?
Well, Cynthia seems to have some additional information. Can we hear?
She already said she can't give information until we act on that motion that's on the table.
Just to avoid confusion, we really need to get an action, either second the motion or withdraw the motion, and then we can continue with the discussion and you guys can take whatever action you want to. But right now, we have a live motion to table, and that should normally cut off discussion until it's voted on.
Okay, Ashley, what's your call?
Sorry, I'm getting private messages from residents. So I'm in the motion. We just table it. So I'm not in. So tell me.
Well, there's a motion then pending on the table. Is there a second?
So it's going to die for lack of a second. Now, Cynthia, can you give us an overview before we maybe move into another motion?
Yes, at the last council meeting, Mayor Pro Tem Elaine Priest did ask for some work beginning on facility studies. So I have tasked Sean with that. Now, in that, keep in mind that normally you would have an architecture come in and do, you would spend a lot of money for a consultant to come in and evaluate, the structural, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, the roof, and all of those types of things. So notwithstanding, recognize that that's not the level of information that you're going to give, but Sean has been working on that list for the buildings. He's gotten with the other department heads, the Chief Fitch and Chief Love, and then of course he's over Public Works and the Community Center and the Senior Center. So Sean, I just wanted to set the stage with that, and if you want to go ahead and give your report with what you've got so far, which that'll be helpful.
Yeah, working with other departments, some of the initial information I found is that, like the fire department, they have their roofs are leaking. Some of their issues is ADA compliant on bathrooms. The proper fire exits, smoke alarms. We install smoke alarms inside the facilities, but they're all battery driven. They need to be actually hardwired. That's going to take money to do that. Also, fire exit signs. None of the facilities have any fire exit signs. There's requirements, commercial requirements for how many bathrooms or toilets there are based on employees. If I'm not mistaken, the police department only has one restroom, and OSHA requires a minimum of 2 toilets for between 16 to 35 employees.
Sean, I believe they do have 2 restrooms in the police department, unless one has gone off. Yeah, we've had both redone in the past.
Okay. I looked at the report that I can't get pulled up for some reason. My email has died on me. I can't get pulled up right now to look at it. I'm just going off the memory right now. But I know there are some issues of being co-ed from what I remember what the chief said, that they only had one and they're using as co-ed at this time. But
Yeah,
issues, there are some structural, not being a structural engineer, the structures I cannot determine on the foundation, but just looking on the outside of the foundation, it looks like the police department, there are maybe some issues. There are uneven floors in the police department. So truly to give a full access structural integrity, we would need to actually bring somebody in to actually get a professional opinion on the structural designs and of those facilities.
Yeah, on the subject of bathrooms at the PD, we only have one with a toilet. The other quote unquote bathroom only has a shower and a lavatory.
We don't have two toilets.
No, ma'am, we do not.
And that's what I thought I remember, Chief, that your report did say. And so that's concerned, according to when you have co-ed issues, there should be two separate bathrooms. And then I haven't got my tape measure out, but I believe they might not be ADA compliant to get a wheelchair in. And that's also a concern for the restroom in the community center. Also, it's not wide enough. If I have to get back out there and look again for a wheelchair.
I think, and I may be wrong, that restroom in the red building called the community center, that they had that door widened. But again, it may not be wide enough, or, I know we had a wheelchair gentleman that was able to go in and out of there without much problem.
Yeah.
Elaine?
I would just like for us to set a date that Sean can bring back, the base information. I realize that he's not going to be able to do, detailed drill holes in the walls and that kind of stuff. But the ADA compliance, I think we've got some buildings that have mitigation issues. So if you could just give us a list by building of what some of those challenges are, so that we can look at what those needs are, then begin to do a cost analysis and see which ones are the most likely for us to use to meet our what might be immediate needs. We're also going to have to look at that rental thing. So I would just like us to set a date for Sean to get back with the best list he can give us with these details.
Would December meeting work for you?
I'm sorry, I missed the first part.
I'm sorry, would the December meeting work for Sean? Is that too soon to have the information, or can you have it by then?
Probably too soon, because I want to get with electrical contractors, because again, there are some electrical concerns in each building. And so to get quotes and meet with those contractors, along with people that deal with ADA, get somebody out to make sure that we are fully compliant in ADA with the offices and locations. It's probably going to take a couple of weeks to actually get somebody in and actually get quotes submitted to me.
Of course, January seems like such a long way away, but would first meeting in January be workable?
I think so. I mean, especially with the holidays coming up, and then, the Thanksgiving and Christmas, try working between those. I should be able to get something in between after that.
Shannon, what is our January meeting?
14th.
Okay, do we want to ask that he bring it back to us by the 14th?
Yes, I should have everything from all the other department heads, what their issues are also in the buildings.
Okay, Carvin, do we need a vote on that, or just set a calendar? Do we need a vote on that, Carvin, or just set a calendar?
If staff feels like they've got sufficient instruction from the council, you do not need to vote on it.
Okay, let's just go with that. And Sean will look for wonderful information by the 16th of January.
In addition, we need to add in that we already know that we have asbestos in both the fire department and the community center.
What was the second?
We already know that there's existing asbestos in both the fire department and the community center. So use of those buildings is going to be quite limited. I know the agenda item says regarding a new plan for office space for several items. I know that Joanne, you campaigned on let's not have the new municipal complex, that we had lots of options available to us. And I think this council deserves to hear what your plans are and what are those options you are considering.
I didn't plan on the one that, in my opinion, and it's strictly my opinion, what we were looking at would put the city way in debt. And if we could, and again, and I don't know how this works, but if we had a $3 million possibility for a complex similar, actually larger than the one that they, Quorum or whoever recommended, then we could find grants or find something, God only knows. But the bulk of people did not want to go in debt anymore for anything because right now of the uncertain times, which Josh spoke to that before that y'all voted for the 4.75 million bond.
Well, I think
So
I don't think we should belabor what happened with the bond election. It's over. It didn't pass, and so we've got to make good decisions based on what we have. I think everybody is aware it's not going to be cheap. No matter what we do, no matter which buildings we try to do, when infrastructure has been ignored as long as it's been ignored, the longer it goes, the worse the structures get, and materials go up, and so does labor. And so the cost difference between need and decline versus the cost to take care of that, it's always going to get wider and wider, and it's a bigger cost every time. And so we've got to be smart about what we look at. We have to investigate every funding opportunity. Not that I didn't do a lot of funding opportunity research for the bond. Some of that we can look back at. But we've got some serious work to consider. We can't go backwards. We've got to put our focus on meeting the fact that's in front of us, that we have a lease that's going to be up right about a year. And with all of the work that needs to be done, I don't care which building you look at, there is work that has to be done. And every single one of our infrastructure is in bad shape. And so we're going to have to bite the bullet. And how big a bullet we take on immediately is to be determined. But we're on the right step. I think the right place here with getting Sean to help us with that assessment, and then we can really have some workshops maybe to really mull over all the options.
Do we have any, and I have not looked at a budget, I don't know, do we have any budget that would cover either the a new source or fix up old sources, or are we spinning our wheels if we don't have any money?
We have, each department has, building maintenance is very limited, so it would definitely not cover some of the big ticket items that frankly are needed. So right now, no.
Our budget is set for the year.
For 3 years.
Right.
So our budget is set. We don't have a city hall come next December. We can't expect Shannon and Cynthia and the ladies to work from home. Whether we got the money or not, we have to find a place at least for city hall. The police department, the fire department, our departments have places to go. They've got buildings. Yes, they need maintenance. They need repairs. We don't have a city hall. I think that is the number one thing that we've got to be looking at. And I think we're all been around long enough in the city. We don't have buildings that are going to fit everybody, the council and all the citizens. we don't have a place to go. So that's what we need to look at and figure it out, because we're not meeting in Taco Casa lobby or Burger. We can't do that. I mean, we've got to figure out where City Hall is going to be, where Cynthia and Shannon and
Whoever that is, I cannot understand them.
Yeah, could
Josh,
everybody mute your microphones, please?
Okay, Sam, try that again. Or I'm sorry, it was Josh. Josh, try it again.
So, long story short, we have to find a place now for City Hall. Budget is set. We don't have the money to build a place. We don't have buildings to renovate to fit everybody. We can't.
Josh, you're coming across with a Donald Duck sound. I don't know what.
Can you hear me?
Not clear, no, sir.
Josh, your audio is bad.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Much better.
Okay, here we go. So,
No, you're back to the same thing.
yeah, back to this. Hello? Hello? This is working every other meeting.
we can hear you, but it's like you're in a tunnel.
Okay, let me try to call back.
Okay, thanks. While Josh is calling back, I'm familiar with construction, so if there's, I think what's getting Dinsmore to go over, a detailed list. I'm whichever it might be, whatever we decide on. If it's fixing the old city hall, that is feasible to get done in 1 year. Why our lease before our lease is up. And then further for the old school, whatever we might decide on that later on. Elaine, I know you've been looking for grants, but for the building that we're currently holding city council meetings in, we're not going to be meeting anytime soon because I guess of COVID. But for us, again, for construction, that is not unfeasible to have that building with the ADA ramp. So again, can we just table it and everything to the next meeting so Sean can get us back a report so we can move forward?
And can we also ask Sean to give a quick review of the old city hall using the same footprint, but expanding both sides, not put a place in for council meetings?
That old city hall is too small. It was at capacity back in 15, and we're larger. We have more people. If you look at everything that's in what we have as current city hall, the ladies are jammed in there like sardines. At best, we would be able to use that entire building just for office space and no council meetings.
That's what I'm saying, and use the community center for council meeting. I mean, I'm looking at God only knows there isn't anything out there, Sam.
Well, the thing is, when you're looking at what it costs, we don't have the money in the budget. I mean, right now, the only thing that could be really feasible is we might be able to take a few dollars out of the road budget and get a double wide and put it out in front of the high school. We've got to find a way to get some office space for these ladies.
Okay, but and you probably are better off at this than I am, but if you use both sides of that old city hall for offices, would it work? No,
I would like to suggest that we stop this conversation because we don't know the condition of the buildings. We don't know what the cost is going to be for any of those buildings. Let Sean do his work and then let's have this conversation. Let's move on.
But do we want Sean to look at the old city hall was my question.
I want Sean to look at every building that the city owns, every one of them, because that's it. And we can't make any decisions about how we're going to use the buildings until we know the conditions and the costs and what kind of funding we can get depending on the situation. So I think we're spinning our wheels right now. Let's let Sean do what he's going to do, He's going to give us a report in January, and then we can maybe have a workshop or something and really hash this over. We need to go on with our agenda.
I think so.
Amen.
Sean,
Is
don't forget to
everybody
include
agree?
parking capabilities.
I'm with you, Elaine. Thank you for let's moving forward. And Sean, thank you so much for taking this on for us as well. So we greatly appreciate it. So
I just need some clarification. All right, because it's a laundry list of stuff.
I think it's just going over every building that we own. So if you can walk every building, even if it's asking the mayor and Cynthia to walk with you, but it's with the doing a full, pretty much investigation of what.
That's what I'm saying. You're talking about asbestos abatement.
Yes, your parking lot.
Then we're doing electrical. We're doing structural.
Yes.
Then also you mentioned about the old city hall. Again, I can look at it without any type of plans on how you want your office spaces or anything. I can't give you an assessment of what's going to take because there is no plans to show me how many offices you want, size of offices, locations, and all that stuff. I mean,
but I think
you're asking me to go in there, go blind, and be an architect to design a building, and I'm not an architect, so.
Well, and what I would say, let me just interject. What I would say is that we just want to make sure that we have good expectations. As I started out, Sean's got a lot of skills. I know a lot of people have skills, but we have to recognize that, we need, that's where professionals come in handy because we don't want to give you a quote for something that we don't have the experience and the expertise to really identify and, categorize and analyze all these different things. So I think Sean can put together a broad list for us, which is what he started on. And then we'll come back to you with some options of how to move forward. Some of probably are going to be, we're going to have to get some experts in here to do some assessments and take stock of what it would take, especially when you're talking about the old city hall, which is a great building, but it's my understanding that the floor is out and it's basically gutted, and who knows what the structure is and the roof and all of those things. So AC, there's very specific requirements that are required. So just setting the expectations is going to be a high level assessment.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, and it's all going to cost even more money because all this work has already been done. That is why everyone came to the conclusion that the only physically responsible thing to do and the best choice was to build a municipal complex. So now we're going to end up going back and spending money.
Sorry. I was just saying the bond didn't pass. Again, can we just get, let Sean go through, give us, and also go through and give us a, not so detailed, but give us a detail of what, if it's needing 2 restrooms, if it's needing a ADA ramp, what it looks like. Also pictures. I have not seen inside of the old city hall, the old school. I only got to see them recently on Facebook during election time. So I think it would just give us an idea of what we're up against and to see. So can we just move forward?
Can y'all hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, no, I think we all have faith in Cynthia. She can work with Sean. They'll come up with a list and we can go back over this again.
Okay, do y'all want to move on to the next one and we'll see what Sean can come up with? Has anybody got anything left on this one? Okay, and I'm not sure what this is. It's an update and discussion and any necessary action regarding upcoming proposed ordinance amendments. Cynthia, is that yours?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. So what we've been working on is what council directive has been for some time now, is to go through the code of ordinances and identify areas that are needed for cleanup. And this is, I will tell you, I've done a lot of research on this and a lot of work on this, but the bottom line is what I wanted to do is just let you know that we have been working on this. The ordinances were adopted en masse many years ago from another city. There's a lot of inconsistencies. There's a lot of things that aren't applicable to how we actually run our daily operations. And so we are coming up with a quarterly schedule of bringing to you ordinances that need to be updated, primarily cleanup ordinances or updates in our ordinances of things as business and development is picking up we don't have in place. So I wanted to just let you know that we're going to be bringing those to you. Some of the first items, I've got it there in the agenda item for you. Again, mainly cleanup items, but you can see them there. There's going to be mobile food units. We've got items on liquid waste and maintenance bond and right-of-way management that we will be bringing back in December, and also P&Z will be looking at the ones that are applicable to P&Z, which is Chapter 14, the zoning ordinances.
Okay. Anybody have any questions on that one? Just say work harder, Cynthia, or something to that effect. Okay, now the next one has to do with an ordinance removing the 2 alternate positions on the P&Z. Cynthia, well, Sam may know that.
Well, that I brought that up. This is if the council directs us to, but this may be a good time to look at the structure of the P&Z. It's my understanding from research in the history. Many years ago, there used to be a problem getting a quorum. We don't necessarily have that right now with the transition that's going on, that we need to fill the, and you guys are looking at that in the next one. We need to fill those permanent members of P&Z. I think it would reduce the workload on the staff and streamline the process for P&Z to move forward with their business. But again, it's up to the council if you want to change the ordinance. That will, if you do direct us to do that, that would be one that would require a public notice for Chapter 14 that we would bring back in December.
So you were saying to just take the 2 alternate positions out of the ordinance?
Right, and just keep the permanent members. Many cities do not have alternates. There are some that do. Rome is one, and there are others, but many do not. So again, it's really trying to streamline the process, and we haven't had a problem maintaining quorums. So
since I understand where you're coming from, my only question is recently we've been having discussions on zoning and other issues that affect many people on the P&Z, and we've had to go through both alternates to replace people that had to recuse themselves. So I don't want us to get stuck going over something and maybe 1 or 2 have to recuse themselves and we don't have anybody to fill in those positions. I'm sure if we had 1, they'd still have a quorum. I'm not sure 2, if that would be applicable. That might be pushing it. I don't know. So that was my only question on that.
It's a valid point.
Somebody's got their mic off mute. You can hear their questions. Okay, I think what Josh is saying too, with Rolling V knocking on our door and wrapping around Chisholm and Ellis, is that going to cause us a problem without getting a quorum?
I see what you're saying. I mean, it's something definitely to consider. Now we have the preliminary plat. I mean, the preliminary plat is behind us. We've got the final plat that will be coming to us on that. So Councilmember McCabe makes a good point. I just wanted to bring it to your attention. We're in that transition. If the council's not comfortable with that, we can continue. It's really up to you.
May I add something? That there's 5 permanent members on planning and zoning and 3 constitutes a quorum. We have not had a problem with having 3 to discuss any agenda items since I've been here. Even with the last couple of meetings that we've had council and P&Z having to recuse themselves for some of the rolling V documents.
Okay, do we have any
Sorry, I was just saying,
discussion, you know?
we have
Shannon.
2 really good application or 2.
Yeah, the only thing I would add, Shannon, to that requirement, there are a couple of supermajority votes that are required that do require 4 members to vote. And it doesn't happen often, but it does occasionally occur, so that there is some advantage to having the alternate positions available. Because in the event we don't have 4 votes, then the matter would automatically fail.
God only knows, I hate to throw this out, but have we ever considered 7 people instead of 5? Your quorum would still mathematically be a problem, wouldn't it?
The supermajority, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I would recommend you stay with 5 members of the council. I mean, of the P&Z.
And 2 alternates.
My recommendation is at least 1 alternate, just because occasionally you might need that 4 supermajority vote to turn something down or overrule a decision. If you don't have 4 votes, then you wouldn't be able to act on the item. And the legislature just recently imposed a 30-day, what we're calling and referring to as a shot clock on actions by the P&Z. And so it is at least theoretically possible that we might not be able to get a quorum together to act if we didn't have someone who was already appointed and available to step up and fill the role.
Since I sat on P&Z since 2017 till recently, we have not had an issue with all of us attending our P&Z. So, I mean, we have 2 great residents that filled out their applications. So can we look at those before we make a decision or anything? So
what you're saying, Ashley, is leave it like it is with 5 and 2.
yes, yes, ma'am. I make the motion that we, leave it as is.
So Cynthia, basically you would just write that if it needs to be reworked in the ordinance then. To have the council, P&Z of 5 with 2 alternates. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's it currently, yes.
And that's what Ashley's motion is, to keep those numbers.
Yes, ma'am. Just to keep it the way it has been, and let's see going forward. I mean, it'd be a new P.
We don't need a motion to leave it the way it is.
Right.
Oh. Sorry, Kenny, I'm still learning. Sorry.
So we want to take no action on Z.
Okay.
Is that what I'm hearing? Okay, so we'll take no action there and then move on to AA. Discussion and any necessary action regarding filling vacancies on the P&Z. We have 2 applications in the packet. Are there any more that didn't make the packet, Shannon?
No, ma'am, that is all we have. And I have received your resignation from P&Z as an alternate member. Okay. So right now we have 2 vacant sitting, and Christy King is the one alternate who's also expressed her interest in moving up to a seated position plus the 2 applications.
So we need to look at Christy King, Miss Ty, and I've forgotten the other name.
Or Haas.
Yeah, do we
Thank you,
have
Councilman.
any motions on 2 to go to P&Z and 1 to go as alternate?
You have those ladies here that would like to speak?
Yes,
Sam,
if they're here, I would love to hear from them.
Are any of them online on the phone?
Yes, ma'am. This is Michelle Ty.
Okay. Michelle, tell us why you want to be on P&Z.
Well, I don't necessarily have any experience in planning and zoning, but I've been a police officer for 28 years, and I just feel like my job requires me to be meticulous and with training and researching of current trends, and I feel like this would transfer over to any position, including the Planning and Zoning Committee. I see the writing on the wall, and I know that the city will grow exponentially within the next decade. I would just like to be a part of it, of the growth coming.
Okay, is the other lady online? Okay, do we have her application also?
Yes, Sarah Hawes is on page 84 of the packet.
Okay. Oh, no, my 84 I've got somewhere else. Tell us a little bit about her application, Shannon.
She's been in Rome for 5 years. Her occupation is financial services manager, registered investment advisor. Her education, she's got a bachelor's and a master's. Professional and community activities is Seven Hills PTA. Served many years supporting Habitat for Humanity, North Texas Special Olympics, TRWD Trash Bash. Additional pertinent information, being born and raised in Wise County, her passion is to help support economic development for our residents in Rome.
Y'all guys want to recommend any of these ladies?
Yes, I would, Mayor. I would like to make a motion that we put Miss King and Miss Haas as primary members and Miss Ty as the first alternate.
I'll second that.
Okay, let's have a vote. 2, put Christy King, who is currently on P&Z, as an alternate. Put her as a regular P&Z member. Put Michelle Ty as an alternate. And the other lady, which I've said here and lost her application.
Sarah Haas.
Sarah Haas, to put her on regular P&Z. Both of these ladies have good backgrounds. Do I hear
I would
a
like
motion?
to see Michelle. I know we already have a motion, but I would like to see Michelle.
We already have a motion
I know.
and a second. We need to
Okay,
vote on it.
and I am not in favor. So I was just letting her know that we were.
That's okay, then let's wait for the vote.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're voting on Sarah Haas as an alternate, Christy King.
No, we're voting on Sarah Haas and Christy King as primary seated members and Miss Ty as an alternate.
An alternate. Do I hear a second?
Councilmember McCabe has already seconded.
Okay, I still can't hear McCabe very well. Okay,
Mayor,
let's go.
we're putting out and what Kenny said. Can you please, Mayor, repeat what you just read as the motion so that we can make sure it's clear?
Okay, we will move Christy King, who is currently on as an alternate for P&Z, and Sarah Haas, who is a new applicant. They'll move both of them to regular P&Z. The other lady, Michelle Ty, would go as a first alternate.
That's correct, and that's what I second with Kenny, so yes.
Okay, so let's vote. Elaine, I'm not going to ask you first. I'm going to go with Kenny.
Aye.
Sam, Sam,
Turn your sound on.
there we go.
Nay.
Okay, Sam's aye.
No.
Josh,
No.
No.
oh, you're saying no?
Yes, I am saying no to the motion.
Okay, and Josh,
Aye.
Elaine,
Aye.
so we have,
Oh, Ashley.
oh, Ashley, your picture's gone for whatever reason.
Yes, ma'am. No, I'm not in favor.
Okay, you are or not?
I am not.
Okay, so we have 2 and 2, 2 and 3. We have 3 that are for this, am I correct?
Yes,
3 in
ma'am. It's
favor, 2
3
against.
for, 2 against.
Okay, so it has passed. Well, these will be our new P and Z members. Okay, now we're moving on to B, necessary action regarding online code of ordinances services. Cynthia, help.
Shannon has that one.
Okay, Shannon, go for it.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Administrator Northrop. We have been researching since we started this budget year back in May, and have been looking at different services and try to save the city some money. We have found MuniCode that several cities use, and they're less expensive than our current code from Franklin Legal Publishing. And it'll also allow us to have quicker updates to our website, to our code, because with Franklin, they do updates quarterly, and it's $28 a page. And with MuniCode, we can actually do the updates ourselves, so we could have the current new ordinances updated within a week from the council meeting where they're approved. And it is cheaper, because we'll be able to go to a fully digital platform, which we're trying to move to save space in filing cabinets.
And if you had an amendment, is what you're saying could go in a week, or a new ordinance?
Yes, ma'am. If we had an ordinance today, if we had the program, if we had an amendment to one of the code, we would be able to update that within in-house, go online and log in, just like we would go to the website, and make those changes so that everything would be more accurate and more timely for when we have contractors looking at the ordinances and whatnot. They'd have up-to-date information.
And how would they be indexed, or how soon would they be indexed?
We have our current ordinance code in Word, and they said, I believe 4 to 6 weeks. So
Okay.
probably at the beginning of the first of the year that we'd be able to move forward and be able to have everything more current.
But I guess my question, we write a new ordinance X, and we can actually write the ordinance ourselves and upload it.
Yes, ma'am.
And then how long would it take for it to show in the index?
It would show as soon as we updated it. We'd hit a button and it'd post, just like what we do when we make changes to the website. If we hit publish, those changes would be there.
Okay.
We're doing it all ourselves, so we have the power over when they're updated.
Okay.
I make a motion to approve and move forward with staff's recommendation.
Okay, we have a motion to approve from Josh. What do you guys think?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Let's go vote on this. Okay, Elaine?
Aye.
Ashley?
Aye.
Kenny?
Aye.
Sam?
Aye.
And Josh?
Aye.
Motion is approved.
Thank you, council.
Okay, here we go. Discussion and any necessary action regarding solid waste collection contract options for service. And you've got stuff in your packet that says X voted for this, X voted for that. Have y'all looked at that and gone through it? Does anybody feel comfortable recommending or not recommending that we go with waste management and the option one?
I have some questions.
I have questions too. So Elaine, you go ahead.
Elaine B. Okay, Elaine, go for it.
So is the representative from the company here?
Yes, Brian.
Is that Brian?
Yes.
Okay. I just have a few questions. It was a lot of material to go through. And so if I ask you a question that's in the material, I do apologize. But it was quite the stack. So if you don't mind. So what would the term be on this contract whenever we execute it and move forward?
Well, we would be looking for a 3-year with 2 1-year renewals.
Okay. If the city council decided that they were not going to take one of the options that involved recycling, and they just stuck with the trash service, would you still maintain the facility over next to the old school for recycling? Or are you going to pull that out?
Certainly. We provided that free of charge because there was I guess the community wanted a recycling option. So we put that can out there free of charge to the city. We're going to continue to do that until the next contract, and that we can always discuss that as an option.
Okay, now is that one, for whatever reason, now says cardboard only? Are we talking about the same place?
Is you talking about the can right next to the community center, right?
But the old school, yes, sir.
Yeah. Well, I think that sticker is kind of confusing. It's commingled, all in one recycling. Basically, you can put any material in there that is accepted at the recycling centers.
Okay, and I may be wrong. I thought we had a sign somewhere around it that says cardboard only.
Yeah, there should be a sign underneath that though, saying what items are accepted.
Okay, so you plan on leaving that as is if our citizens want to recycle?
Yes, we can discuss that as an option.
So at this time, and you're right, that can is confusing. It says cardboard only, but I think that sign meant to be, please put it at that particular end of the deal. But you've not been taking glass. And so if we discussed that, left that there, would you take glass in that?
Well, if people put glass in there, we can't, stop that. What the difference is where we take the materials. If there's too much glass in there, they'll reject the load entirely, and which will be unfortunate because then it doesn't get recycled.
Okay. Another question that I had is, because this is kind of a new situation, I know that you're expanding service, possibly to include recycling, but also some of the hazardous waste. I've learned that you also, if we had folks that are not able to get their can out to the street, that you, with the notification, help with that situation.
Sure.
But let's say the city, let's say the council looks at one day pickup, because that is a big can that you're going to provide. It's bigger than what most people use. So if we did that option of 1 day a week and recycling, and we determined then in a few months, let's just say 3 to 6 months that we really needed that second pickup. Is that something that we could come back to you and ask if the contract could be amended at the same rate that you've quoted us currently?
Yeah, so like you said, council would have to amend the contract at that point, and of course we would have to have a reasonable time frame to get additional carts or additional equipment to accommodate that. But I'm sure, you know, if that we came to that, we could certainly.
Okay,
You know,
I just was because the term was 3 + 1 + 1. Then I wanted to see if that initial arrangement that we're going to make with you, if it's not a good fit, then we have a way to correct that before we get to the end of a 3-year contract. That's what I was trying to clarify.
Sure.
In your experience, I mean, you do this for a living. When cities like Rome go from just having trash pickup to including then a broader service by adding recycling, do you see a significant amount of less trash and more recycling? Is that what you see? Do you see that once a week generally for most places works well?
So the benefit between once a week and twice a week, right? The benefit is you have less trucks on your road, which is going to save the wear and tear on your streets by reducing the number of times that we're up and down on the street. But to get to answering your question about the recycling versus trash, it really is dependent on the education and the participation of the residents that actually participate in recycling, rather than, you know, using the other recycling bin as just another container for their overflow.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for answering my many questions. I was
Absolutely.
just trying to go through my list and so I could make an informed decision. Thank you so much.
You bet.
Elaine, can you some questions for the rest of us next time?
Yes, I have some questions. The only thing is I didn't see, I know right now we have bulk pickup. That is my concern. So it's twice a week. I didn't see a bid to have it once a month instead of quarterly. Is there, I mean, what do you, I mean, right now, and I think council, I'm very passionate about cleaning up, you know, getting sofas out of front yards and this and that. So I don't know if quarterly will be enough for us. I think maybe if it's once a month. I don't know what Brian, what the quotes that you gave, could we add that instead of quarterly? Would it be once a month? Just trying to get.
Sure. So some of the options that the residents could have, say they have a bulk pickup that they need to be picked up before the scheduled pickup. They could call us directly and pay us directly to come pick up their bulk items. You know, that would be a separate charge. Really, you know, from week to week, there isn't too much bulk out there. You know, it's pretty much a regular household trash every week.
The residents didn't know. I mean, I'm the one that asked you the last time I was able to see you at a city council meeting, and actually called Waste Connections myself to find out if we could put out bulk. So I don't think that it hasn't been like, oh, there you go. That it hasn't been, you know, the residents haven't been notified, like even in our water bills or whatnot. But I wish we could have more other than quarterly. So I just didn't know. So, and thank you for getting these bids to us, even though.
Sure.
So Brian, thanks for being here tonight. Again.
Absolutely.
And, thanks for all your help that you and your company have been doing this week. I really appreciate that. I know we've only had 28 people submit their thoughts on this via the internet. And I know most people chose option one, which is basically closest to what we have, which is a $4 cheaper difference than what we're currently paying. Looking at the other two options, option three came in a somewhat distant second, but is a $3 more fee. But for me, I think as a town, we need to also look at being environmentally responsible in talking about the curbside recycling. I know we have that the recycling dumpster up there by the school, but there are a lot of elderly citizens and other people that can't necessarily make it up to that dumpster or even dump the stuff into that dumpster. So me personally, I would like to think that we could go with option two and the once a week, because I think if we separate and we educate and separate trash from recycling, I think that we wouldn't have too much trash that we can get away with once a week. But if it were up to me, I'm going to have to go with option two. I don't know about the rest of y'all, because I think a lot of us are going to have to stay with that twice a week. Trash just based on some of us have larger families and more trash to get rid of. So that's just
I have a question.
Josh?
Sorry, I have a
What's that, Sam?
question.
I said, which option did you say you were in favor of, sir?
I personally would have to go with option three just because it's twice a week, but also we have the recycling option with that as well.
Quick question, and I'm not familiar. Does in Bywell, and Cynthia, if you could help me on this one, or Shannon, does Bywell does all of the residents pay for trash, and do we pick up everyone in the community's trash?
Yes. Yes, they pay for trash, and we service Bywell for solid waste. Yes, not for water.
Thank you.
See, I think that we just left an election where both with our bond and the Northwest ISD bonds and the tax rate increases, that we've seen people saying that they don't want to spend the money. So when I look at the three options, option three is actually more expensive than what we pay now. Okay. I look at the statistics that we have. You've only got 28 people that replied to the survey. Okay, with roughly 1,600 people in the city, that's not statistically significant. 28 people does not form a statistically significant sample. So I tend to throw those numbers out. Because just not enough people responded. Again, I hate to go with something more expensive than what they're paying now, because again, we look at the last election, people spoke very loud that they didn't want to spend money. I have a very difficult time up on their bill.
I agree with you, Sam. I'm just looking at, the numbers that we did get. Option three came in second. But, Brian said that if something doesn't work out, maybe we can come back and renegotiate. So what if we split it down the middle? We go with option two at the once a week with the curbside recycling. And that's only $1-ish more, I believe, than what we're currently paying. And if we need to, and maybe we change it to a different option down the road so that it goes back to twice a week. Like you said, there are benefits to it. Once a week, there's less traffic coming through here, less road damage, and I know we already have a lot of roads that we need to fix. So maybe we go with option two and revisit 6 months down the road.
Okay.
What if we?
Councilmember Crunch, may I weigh in on this?
Yes, sir. Sorry, we can't see you. I'm sorry.
Okay. I kind of have to agree with Josh and with Mayor Pro Tem. Personally, I don't mind paying for option 3, but I'm not going to speak for the whole city. So I'm okay with splitting it down the middle, but I'd have to ask, what day would that 1 day a week pickup be on?
Great question. Currently,
Because
your
most
pickup.
people are going to have their trash ready right after the weekend, and they want to get it picked up as soon as possible. The biggest trash day is always on Tuesday. So that's what I would hope it would be on, and I'd be okay with splitting it down the middle because I do think we need to have recycling available to people that want to do it.
Yeah. So currently your trash days are on Tuesday and Friday. We could, if you went with once a week trash, we could easily keep that on Tuesday. Whatever worked for best for the city of Rome.
Would that
All right,
also,
thank you, sir.
I have a question. So what if we, again, to the bulk pickup, because that's my concern. And I know everyone is wanting the 95-gallon trash can. Is there any way that council, that we keep the contract the same and then get another bid? What it would be to have bulk pickup once a month and still have the recycling? Because I am with you, Kenny. I think if the residents are wanting recycling, I think that's something we should offer that to them, because I've known in the last council meetings, I've heard it prior, that people have asked for it just in a presentation. So can we go back and get another bid? Yeah. I don't want to table something else again, but I think that would be the best option, and then look back. And I think now that it is a city council meeting and I see that we have a lot of attendees, that we can now put it out to the residents, and so hopefully we get more than 28, because I would hate for just the 28 to make a decision for our whole city. So can I make a motion to table, or sorry, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Last meeting, and we don't have the time to go back out for bids because the contract is up in January, and we have to have a certain amount of time to end the current contract and we can negotiate the new contract. I think that's why we have to move along and make decisions at the time.
May I interject? May I ask, what would be the problem with just keeping what we have now, and then do what Mayor Pro Tem suggested, that we come look at this again later, and if we need to amend the contract, we can. But for right now, I think everybody in the city would be happy keeping what we have now. Can we do that?
That's up.
Okay, then if everybody is okay with that, then let's just.
Well, if I can jump in there, you have selected this provider as your, you've awarded them the contract. It's just a matter of selecting which option.
Yeah, I know.
You've gone through the procurement process, so really you either pick an option or you decline to contract with this proposal, and we'll have to go out and resubmit the entire contract again.
I make a motion that we move forward with option 2, and we can revisit later.
I second.
we have a
I think
proposal.
it's only once a week. Please have too much
Option
trash.
would be 1 time per week, curbside recycling, 95-gallon trash cart provided, quarterly bulk and brush, quarterly curbside hazardous waste collection. Now, do we have our own collection container for recycling and hazardous waste, or what do we put that in?
You get a 65-gallon recycling cart.
I'm sorry, do that, you get a
65-gallon recycling cart and a 95-gallon.
So you do get an extra cart then.
Or recycling,
I think
yes.
we're going up on the price and we're reducing the number of times it picks up a week. People are going to get real unhappy with that.
I'm with you on that, Sam. This is Ashley Majors, and I'm not in favor. Since we have a motion on the table, I'm not in favor. I'm with you, Sam, that I think going up on the price.
Okay, let's call for a vote. Kenny,
Nay.
Sam, can you hear me? Yeah,
If the
Sam,
motion is for option 2, it's nay.
nay, okay. And I've lost Elaine. Elaine,
No,
are you
I'm on the phone. I'm on the
okay?
phone.
Yay or nay
Yes,
to go with option 2?
yes.
Okay. And Josh,
Aye.
you're saying go with it?
Yes, option 2.
Okay. So we have 3 against, am I correct, Shannon? And 2 for.
Yes, ma'am. The motion's going to fail.
Okay, so we did not get that motion approved. We still need to pick an option.
Well, I make the motion that we adopt option 1. Do I have a second?
So option 1's not the same that we have right now, correct? Sorry, I'm trying to go through all my papers.
It's the same.
That's the choice we are given, and that's the closest to what we have now.
Yes,
Correct.
sir, but
It's the same, except it does not have the take all bulk trash. It's got quarterly bulk
correct.
trash.
But is that the same price? That's what I'm saying. I can't, my packet. I'm sorry, it's a mess right now. I've gone through. Brian, if you can help, is that the same price, or Cynthia, one of you?
Less
So-
than our current.
It's cheaper. Right now, they pay with tax. Residents pay $17.54. Option 1 with tax, they would be paying $13.05.
Okay. So what is changing is the 2, but still getting 2 times a week. No, but back to Kenny. The residents would like curbside recycling. So can we just table this and get a new bid from Brian? Is there any possible way that's in between $13 to $18?
The only, Carmen, let me ask you this.
Figure out options. We've got to pick one of these options.
And we're right on deadline to do this.
We can pick an option and then go back and amend the contract at a later date. So we have to pick something.
That is correct. You need to pick
You got a
one of
motion
the
and a
three
second
options.
on option
So Carvin, we can't keep what we currently have.
That contract expires.
When does it expire?
January 1st.
So we can't, by the December meeting, we can't have a new proposal from Brian.
No, we would have to put it back out for proposal and let everybody else have a chance to bid on it if we reject his proposals. We've already, as a city, accepted his proposals, option 1, 2, or 3. So we have to pick one to get the final pricing. Otherwise, we just have to reject it and start over. Because it's not fair to the other potential bidders out there if we allow, him to just keep negotiating until we get to what's acceptable.
Thank you for letting me know. I appreciate it.
Okay. How are you voting? Are we going to?
We still need a second on the motion.
Motion open for option 1. I think Kenny put that in.
And I seconded it.
A second. And you're seconding it.
Yes, Councilmember
Yes,
Easton seconded the motion for option 1.
So now we need to go to a vote. Elaine,
No.
Kenny,
Aye.
Sam,
Aye.
Josh,
No.
And Ashley. No pressure, but you're getting the deciding vote.
I know, I'm the deciding one. Just to clarify, I'm sorry guys, this is my first night. Just to clarify, we can keep option 1 and then, but we can't go up on the price at a later date, or can we? If we do decide to give them recycling.
We would have to negotiate, and it
We
would
can
be,
amend the contract at a later date.
and it could be at a higher, or it could be at the same rate.
Yes, ma'am. I'm just trying to give them if they're wanting recycling.
Just to be clear, it's a three-year contract. We cannot obligate the contractor to amend it. If we sign it, we've got 3 years. Now, if in his good graces, he comes back to us and is willing to amend them, that is an option that we can discuss, but it is a 3-year term contract, and those are the terms.
Okay, and again, I apologize. It's my first night, Carvin. If I vote no, then we have to do this whole thing over again and look for another option?
There's still option 3.
Okay. And next question is, if we vote no again, what happens after that? I'm sorry, I'm learning, guys. I'm learning.
You stay here till we get one out.
At that
No,
point,
I'm asking, Carvin, can you?
our contract will expire under its current terms, and we will not have a contract going forward January 1. And we will have to put it out for bid, but if our current contractor isn't willing to work without a contract, then we're really kind of up against it.
Brian, thank you for giving us the presentation and everything tonight.
No problem.
And your answer is, Ashley?
I guess I'm in favor. I'm sorry the residents are on the phone. I wish we could give you recycling.
Okay, so we're going with option 1, which has no recycling, 2 times per week pickup, 95-gallon trash cart, quarterly bulk brush, but we have the option, if I understand this right, Brian, to call for special bulk pickup and negotiate a rate with you guys as an individual, but not as the town.
Absolutely.
And the thing, and quarterly curbside hazardous waste collection, which we've not had. That's a plus. And this would go into effect January the 1st. And will we get the 95-gallon trash plates coming in?
Yes, you will.
Okay. So I guess that we're got a contract for option 1.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions? Anything I can help you with?
Well, we may be in touch. Who knows? But we do appreciate you. And I guess 2 times a week, it's be Tuesdays and Fridays like we have now.
Yes, ma'am. It'll continue to be same day service that you have now.
Okay.
And
good.
Brian, would you be open to amending the contract to allow for once a week recycle pickup?
Yeah, I mean, we could look at that, as long as it, everything was legal and whatnot. Yeah, I mean, I'd have to get with, of course, Cynthia and make sure everything's legit.
Okay, because I think that was the sticking point, and it was not offered as an option. I would like, hopefully you can get with Cynthia and work out a way that maybe we can get that added at a later date.
Okay.
And if we did, again, it would be for all citizens.
Yeah, I think by, doing recycling, it would have to be enough to justify running a truck. So to just do a subscription for a few wouldn't justify purchasing the equipment to do that. So it would have to be the majority of residents to do recycling.
And that's certainly understandable. So we will go with the award of the contract for January the 1st, and then we'll reserve the option to think later about recycling. And somebody read me the next item because I have buried my agenda.
Ma'am, it's item DD, discussion and any necessary action regarding contract for permitting and code compliance software.
Thank you. And Shannon, are you the action person on that, or Cynthia?
It's City Administrator Northrup.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. So we brought this to you before, and you authorized us to negotiate a contract. We had a provider, a vendor. Unfortunately, they did not integrate with STW, which is our financial software. So we went back we advised you a couple of months ago that we were going back out and looking at the vendors. We looked at several, and we came back to our second choice vendor, which is iWorks. Several cities around here use iWorks. They can't integrate with STW. So we're asking that you would allow us to execute that contract and get them on board.
I make
I'm so moved.
Staff's recommendation.
And who was that?
Kenny motioned, Josh second.
Josh, okay, thank you. Do I hear a second?
Josh seconds.
Okay,
What is that motion?
Who made the motion and who seconded?
Councilmember Crenshaw made the motion. Councilmember McCabe seconded, approving staff's recommendation.
Okay, let's vote now. Ashley?
For it, sorry.
Sam?
Aye.
Josh?
Aye.
Kenny?
Aye.
And Elaine?
Aye.
Okay, so motion carried. The next item on the agenda, now that I've found mine, is the discussion and necessary action regarding contract for City Hall copier and printers.
Thank you, Mayor. Back in May, when we were looking through the contracts, council authorized staff to go out and look for different cost-saving programs and whatnot. I have been working with different vendors, asking them to give us quotes and whatnot, and asked our current vendor for a quote, and I asked him 4 times, did not receive anything. We did get a quote back from Xerox that would give us an updated machine. It would cost roughly $100 less per month, and our consumables would be included, which is toner, staples, and for those that don't know, staples are $200 a box, and toner for the current machine that we have to pay for is over $200 per toner cartridge. So this is less expensive, and what I've seen with customer service with Xerox, we would be getting a much better customer service team to help us out with our printer. And our current printer has some issues that will be quite expensive to fix.
I'd like to make a motion that we follow staff's recommendation of going to Xerox.
I'll second.
Okay, we've had a motion and a second to go with Xerox for the printer. Elaine?
Aye.
Kenny?
Aye.
Sam?
Aye.
Ashley?
Aye.
And Josh?
Aye.
So motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, council.
You don't have to say that every time.
Okay, if we don't have anything else on any of this stuff, we have to close out and go to executive session. Those of you that are online now can stay online and do whatever you would do online, but you cannot hear the discussion of executive session. And so we're going to close out right now.
Can we
Can
take
we
a five?
take just a quick break before we go
Yeah,
into
let's
executive
break
session?
for 5 or 10 minutes and then go in, get back, dial back on.
I don't know about 10
Anyone
minutes.
that's hosted. Okay, let's go.
Thank you. Thank you.
Shannon, if you'll just make a note of the time we went into recess, and then the mayor will call us back out of recess.
Some of us are back.
I'm back.
Okay, it is now 10:56. We are back in regular session of the meeting of November the 12th, 2020. We have nothing to discuss with the general public after the executive session.
I have motion.
Sam, I couldn't understand you. I'm sorry.
I do have a motion as a result of our executive session.
Okay. And that is?
My motion is that we authorize the city administrator to negotiate with Newark on the split of the city of Fort Worth extraterritorial jurisdiction within Rolling V, and to represent the city in the negotiations with Newark for the formal request for the city of Rome to relinquish certificates of convenience and necessity.
Do we need a second to that, Carmen? Yes. Do we have a second? I think
Looks like
it's gonna
Josh
fall
providing
without.
I second that.
Okay, Josh has come along with a second. Okay, any discussion about anything? Let's vote. We're gonna go across with Ashley.
I'm not in favor.
Uh,
I would like
Elaine.
it to be good, Cynthia.
Okay, Elaine. Oh, Elaine, you're muted, I think.
Okay, I'm sorry. I have to say no.
Josh.
Aye.
I'm sorry, Josh. Did you say yay or nay?
Aye.
Okay. And Kenny, are you there? It's Kenny Crenshaw.
Muted.
Okay, what are you saying, Kenny, yay or nay?
Oh, he has left.
Oh, for what? I just got my audio back up.
Oh no,
okay.
it says Kenny Crenshaw left is what it's staying on the computer.
He's there.
No, I'm back. What are we voting on?
I had made a motion to authorize the city
I'm back
administrator.
up. What are we voting on?
What was an executive session? So
Sam, repeat your motion.
I'm trying to. I had made a motion that we authorize the city administrator to negotiate with Newark with the split of the city of Fort Worth ETJ within the Rolling V development, and to negotiate with Newark for the formal request for the city of Rome to relinquish certificate of convenience and necessity to provide water service. Josh seconded it. Ashley voted nay. Elaine voted nay. Josh voted yay. It's your turn to vote.
I vote yay.
Yay, okay, and Sam?
Yay.
Okay, the motion carried 3-2. We also need to put down things for the next agenda. Who has any suggestions?
I have 3 of them. And I'd like to put all 3 of them in the form of a motion.
No, this is for next agenda items.
I understand that. Carvin, am I not allowed to bring an agenda item to a motion?
You are. Just as a matter of form, why don't you lay it out what you want first and allow some discussion, and then you can put them into a motion at some point.
Fair enough. I want to authorize the city administrator to negotiate a developer's agreement with Holly Parkway. That's the land development next to Dollar General. I want that discussion to be on the next agenda.
Can I speak, Carvin?
Yes. Yes, you may.
Okay, can we give Joanne the opportunity, Sam? I've said this before, I'll say it again. Can we give Joanne the opportunity to do her mayoral duties instead of just trying to give everything to Cynthia? Cynthia's already has a lot on her plate. So I think you need to give her, I'm asking for you to give her a chance. And let's not be, again, let's stop being negative and try to all work together, because we're never going to get anything accomplished if we're not working together. So will you give her a chance and then for it to come back to us?
Ashley, to be frank with you, I had mentioned as my very first expectation that we need to establish trust. And I didn't hear a agreement that was something that we're going to work towards. I took an oath to do what I think is best for the city. I think it is best for the city of Rome that we have the city administrator provide the negotiations.
I'm making a motion that we do not, we table this, whatever Sam's stating, until the next meeting. Carvin, please help me.
This is going to be.
I don't know, Sam, I'm just trying to say, let's not argue and let's move on to, you know what, let's move to getting along and all working together. We're never going to accomplish anything in this city if we don't work together.
Ashley, this is a future agenda item.
Okay, well, you just had to take a motion.
I'm making a motion that this be done. The thing is, as Joanne is completely aware, that if it is not made as a motion, then the mayor has the opportunity to leave it off the agenda. She can choose what goes on and what is and what is not on the agenda. I was making a motion that we are going to discuss this.
There is an ordinance out there that I'm sure you're familiar with, that any council person can put something on the agenda at any time they want, and it doesn't go to the mayor to say yay or nay about it, unless that ordinance has been changed.
Mr. Atkins?
That is correct.
I beg to differ, but the mayor sets the agenda.
You're correct, but it will be working around things that need to be on the agenda and anything a council person has offered for the future agenda.
So you're assuring me that any future agenda item that I request will be in the next meeting's agenda?
Familiarize yourself with that ordinance, and if I'm incorrect, let me know.
I have familiarized myself with the ordinance, so I'm just asking you to confirm any request I make for a future agenda item will be in the next agenda.
Of course.
I know what the ordinance says. I'm just checking to see if you do and if you're going to follow. I mean,
Sam, don't be so negative. Do you want me to do?
I'm not being negative. I'm trying to be clear. I'm trying to be clear, Joanne. I'm not trying to be negative. I'm an engineer. I can be really specific, and that's what I'm trying to be here, is specific.
And that's what we all want, is to be able to follow the rules and regulations and have the best we can for our city.
That's
right.
And
I think everybody here, that's what their personal agenda is.
So the creation of a developer's agreement and who represents the city with Holly Parkway, will that be on the next agenda?
If you put it in writing and send it to me, it will be.
So this is not sufficient to request it here.
If you don't trust me, that's too bad. I will put it back on, put it on there if you are requesting it to be on there.
Okay. I can put all three of these in writing, if that will guarantee that they'll be on the next one. That's what I want, is a guarantee that they'll be on the next agenda.
Sam, that's what we have ordinances for.
Okay, we'll revisit this the next time. So the first one is, I want to negotiate a developer's agreement with Holly Parkway. Please put that on the next agenda.
Okay, and are you going to say who with Holly Parkway or who the developer is?
We can decide that at the next meeting.
Well, we don't need a motion then today. Okay, and
Really?
your next one?
It's just a topic that you're posting that will be on the agenda that will allow for discussion and action. That's all.
Correct.
All we can do right now. We can't take any action tonight.
Correct. I would like to have on the next agenda a discussion for reviewing the powers of the mayor, what they are not.
Okay.
The third and final is I would like a discussion for what the hours of city hall operations will be.
Okay.
Marvin, can he say that for the our city hall, since Joanne already said at the beginning that it's going back? I thought with the mayor, she has the authority to say what the hours will be.
Well, at the end of the day, the council sets the rules and the mayor implements the rules. So,
okay.
I mean, the council can, they can get into it as much as they want to or not.
Okay. I just didn't know, since she at the beginning said that the hours are, she's changing the hours or whatnot. So I just didn't know, since we already addressed it. Thank you.
The mayor has the authority to run the administration of the city until the council takes specific action on the matter. And then whatever action the council takes controls.
Okay, so you're saying Monday it can go back to 8 to 4, and then next month, then the council can address it?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Sam, I have 3 things. Did you have any more?
No, ma'am.
Okay, does anybody else have anything to add to the agenda for next go around?
I think based on some of the discussions we just had, that we may need to take a look at the ordinance that covers the agenda, stipulates what can and can't, who can and can't control, all that good stuff. So let's take a look at that.
So what do you want to say? Review establishment of agenda? How do you want that worded, Josh?
To review the ordinance pertaining to the agenda.
Okay.
And take action if necessary.
Okay.
Just for the record, that's section 1.03.004 of our code of ordinances.
Okay, thank you.
And generally right now, what's required is if a council member presents to the mayor in writing a request that an item be on the agenda in time for it to be posted, which means 72 hours in advance of the meeting, then it should be put on the agenda.
Okay, does anybody have anything else before I figure out what time it is?
I do. Okay, Cynthia, is the residents have access to video? And if they do or don't, I just want to know, just to clarify, I'm getting messages. So I just don't know, can you do that if you're on just the teleconference side, or can you get it only on video? I can't hear you, sorry.
Is that a future agenda item?
It's a question. So Carvin, can you answer this? I'll ask the attorney. Carvin, can you tell me?
I can probably address it offline. It's not an agenda item, I know, but I can probably address it offline if you want. But
that's probably the best way to deal with it. Yeah, it's really not on the agenda, but it's certainly something you can talk to the city administrator about as soon as we get a second.
I have something I would like to put on the future agenda, but I don't know how to word it. If there's something, please tell me and how we can work together. Carvin, kind of help me. I just want something on the future agenda for all of us to, if there's something that we can all work together, is how we speak to each other on social media. So what is something? I don't know how to put it, but something. I don't know. I guess there's not. I'm just
Yeah,
fed up.
that's really not city business.
Do what? I'm sorry, Kenny.
That's kind of really not city business. Okay. I
No,
mean, that's just something. I don't think that needs to be an agenda item. We have more pressing issues.
no. I didn't. Kenny, it's still my first night, so I'm just trying to ask if there's anything we could put on there, just so we can. I know we're going to agree to disagree, but that's it. So I don't have anything further.
Let me just think about that, see if I can come up with something that makes sense.
Yes, sir. No problem. That's
Present it
all. Just
further
ask me.
evaluate it.
No, that's it.
Okay, anybody with anything else? Do I have a motion to adjourn?
You do.
Second,
Second.
and is everybody in favor? Elaine, Sam,
Aye.
Aye.
Josh,
Aye.
Ashley, and Kenny.
I would, Mayor, I would recommend when we do votes, just go down by place number and ask each place number how they
Okay.
vote. And that way we don't get confused as to whose turn it is and talk over each other. That's just a
Okay.
recommendation.
Hey, I'll be glad to take that one. Okay, it is 12 after 11, and the meeting is adjourned.
Well done.
Okay, see y'all guys next time.
Good night.
Aye.
Good night.